let Sean McKibben know that that I was investigating 2 cases at that point. So I followed up with him to let him know there was a 3rd case that was very similar, and he asked that, or he convened a meeting of Mount Carmel West leaders who had input into these areas of care in these situations that same day.
I'm going to stop you there. Do you recall what date this meeting occurred on?
November 21st.
That same day?
Yes.
And Sean McKibben, what's his role in the hospital?
He's the president of the hospital.
And who, if you recall, was convened to be at this meeting?
I was there. Dina Bush, the chief nursing officer, was there. Katie Barja was there. I believe there was a representative from pharmacy, though I can't remember exactly who that was. There was also one of the nurse managers who works in the ICU.
What happened next?
I believe there was a discussion at that meeting, and a decision was made and agreed upon that for the time being until this could be more further investigated and resolved, that Dr. Husel should not be seeing patients anymore, and there was a discussion about how to accomplish that. I made the recommendation at that meeting, and it was agreed upon to take him off of the ICU schedule.
How would this prevent Dr. Husel from seeing patients?
I was aware that Dr. Husel was contracted by a subsidiary of Mount Carmel that employs physicians, the Mount Carmel Medical Group, and his sole contracted work was working in the ICU. So if he was taken off of the schedule, he wouldn't be working seeing patients in the ICU, and that was the only place that he worked within the hospital. So this should adequately prevent him from seeing patients for the time being.
Was your investigation complete, or had definitive conclusions been made at this point?
No. We were still investigating.
Your investigation had revealed, hypothetically, that what Dr. Husel was doing was appropriate. Would having him temporarily removed from his work schedule harm him reputation or career-wise in any way?
Sustained.
No.
No.
I apologize.
Answer.
May I ask the basis?
We had an objection.
Yeah. May I ask the basis?
Our previous discussion. You're soliciting an opinion.
Oh, okay. I'll move on.
Move to strike it.
I already struck it.
My apologies.
What happened next?
I tried to get in touch with Dr. Husel to inform him of this decision and had some difficulty doing so. It took some time to get in touch with him, but eventually I did get in touch with him that same day and informed him that concerns had been raised around the care of 3 of his patients, and this needed to be investigated. So for the time being, he would be taken off of the ICU schedule, and he did not have to report to work. We would let him know as things progressed what the next steps might be.
For full explanation, what difficulty, or why did you have difficulty getting hold of Dr. Husel on this is all on the same date, the 21st?
Objection.
Okay.
Yes.
Sustained to the format of the question. You're asking him to speculate.
I'm asking why he had difficulty.
Okay, that wasn't what your question was, but
Okay, I'll rephrase then.
rephrase.
Why did you have difficulty getting a hold of Dr. Husel?
Judge, objection.
Well, I'll let him answer that one.
I could not find a contact phone number for him. I asked the ICU if they had any information about that. I looked into his file.
Okay.
And
You've gone a little bit far. Let's next question.
All right. You were eventually able to get a hold of him and inform him that he's off the schedule, just for transition.
Yes.
that is correct.
What happened next?
I contacted Dr. Richard Streck. He was the Chief Clinical Operations Officer for the health system. So I informed him of the situation that we had, what we had found so far, and what actions we had taken.
Okay, so is it, you said, is that a Dr. Streck, or who's he?
Yes, he is Dr. Streck, Dr. Richard Streck. He was essentially the chief medical officer for the health system, but his title was chief clinical officer.
What does a chief medical officer do? Can you explain that to the folks?
On a system level, he did much of the things that I did on a hospital level. He oversaw the care. He had a lot of different departments reporting to him. He was involved with strategic development from a physician's aspect, from a clinical aspect. As I said, many clinical operations reported to him, including quality and safety. I believe pharmacy may have reported to him at one point. So he oversaw the clinical operations in the entire health system.
And describe this entire health system. What does, when you're saying the entire health system, you're at Mount Carmel West, a particular hospital, you said.
Right.
What's the
Mount Carmel Health System? That's Mount Carmel Health System entails, at that time, 4 different hospitals: Mount Carmel West, Mount Carmel East, Mount Carmel St. Anne's, and Mount Carmel New Albany Surgical Hospital. It also had its own employment arm that employed physicians. The Mount Carmel Medical Group had its own Medicare Advantage insurance plan, Medigold. Also owned and operated several outpatient practices from primary care to specialty.
Stop.
Yes.
Madam Court Reporter, what did you need?
What was the name of the Medicare plan?
Did you hear a
Medicare
question?
Advantage. Yes, I did. Medicare Advantage plan called Medigold, Medigold.
Okay, does that work for you, Madam Court Reporter?
Also, can you spell Dr. Streck's last name?
Streck.
Okay, Ms. Stein, why don't you jump in and get us back where we need to be?
All right, so you now you're informing the organization's level of management, right? That's when Dr. Streck's brought in?
That's correct.
What happens next?
I think next is when I spoke to Dr. Husel, I asked him to meet with me personally on Monday, November 26th, and I was going to try and get Dr. Ralston to attend that meeting as well. He agreed to do so. On Sunday, that would be the 25th of November, I believe, Dr. Ralston did return my messages, and I explained to him what was going on, what we had discovered, what we found. Asked him to, if he could join the meeting with Dr. Husel on Monday in my office, and he agreed to do so. So on Monday, Dr.
yeah, what
Husel,
happened
Dr.
next? Did this
Ralston,
meeting
and I
occur?
met. I'm sorry?
You both were talking
I'm sorry,
at
I
the same
didn't-
time. Hold on, relax for a second, Doc. You both were talking
Okay.
at the same time. Ask him a new question.
Did this meeting occur on Monday, November 26th?
Yes, it did.
And looking back in your mind's eye, where did this physically take place? What time of day it was? Who was present?
It took place around noon in my office at Mount Carmel West. Dr. Husel, Dr. Ralston, and I were in attendance.
Okay. What, if anything, did you say to Dr. Husel at this meeting?
I explained to him what the concerns were regarding the doses of these medications. I believe I gave him the voice reports so he could see them. I explained to him what the concerns were and asked him about those dosages and what his intent was, why he was using dosages this high.
All right.
I also asked Dr.
Go ahead.
I also asked Dr. Ralston to explain what his usual way of caring for these patients and performing this procedure was on patients like this.
All right, very good. And I don't want, because the hearsay issue, not what Dr. Husel said. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury Dr. Husel's demeanor during this meeting?
He was fairly passive. He did not seem to be upset. He was collegial. He was cooperative at that time, but I said that I hope this could be resolved quickly, but we would be in touch after we had more information to share with them.
All right. Was Dr. Husel fired at this point?
No.
All right. What's the next thing you recall happening in this instance after the meeting? What happened next chronologically?
Later that same day, I had follow-up with Dr. Streck, and he indicated that he had asked the quality department to do some investigating into potential other cases and to run some reports to investigate further. And they did have a report back in response to his request. At some point that week, I was shown that report.
All right.
I don't know if I can speak to what the report showed, but
Well, not yet. Let's talk about this report, how is that being done? And let me be more specific, directing your attention to, gosh, I don't even know what you call, do you know who Leslie Bowman is?
yes, I do.
Who's Leslie Bowman and what does she do for the hospital?
She works in the quality and safety department. Can't tell her specific job responsibilities, but I know she did a lot of work with researching data and statistics, and that was done via computer.
All right. So part of her jobs is to research data using a computer. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
Is she the person that is researching data using a computer regarding Dr. Husel?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on, Mr. Zion. Doctor, you've got this glare on your face from the sun coming in. Okay?
Okay.
I was just letting you know if someone could fix that. How are you holding up right now? Are you feeling okay?
Doing okay. I could. What time would your normal break occur, Your Honor?
About 15 minutes from now.
Let's shoot for that.
Okay.
All right.
Excuse me, does it help if I sit back and pull the computer this way? Does that help the glare?
Okay, when you move forward is when the reflection comes off your face. Like
When I
you
move
bend
forward?
into the computer, like there. It's not bad there.
Yes.
But I think they fixed it, so
Okay.
it was just annoying me. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, continue on.
Were the results of this report shared with you?
Well, first of all, may I indicate what the parameters of the report were?
Please.
So the request and the report looked at the previous 2 years and any patients not in an operating room who were on a ventilator receiving over 500 micrograms of fentanyl during their hospital stay while they were in the ICU. The report indicated there were several of these patients, more than the 3 that I had been investigating. All of those patients had those high doses of fentanyl ordered by Dr. Husel throughout the Mount Carmel health system.
Was one of the parameters of this report specific to Dr. Husel?
No, it looked at all patients, regardless of physician.
How many other physicians, and you said this was the whole hospital system?
Objection, Judge.
Okay, let's rephrase the question.
Was this report run for the whole hospital system?
Yes, it was.
So those 4 hospitals you described?
That is correct.
Outside of the OR, in the ICU, how many doctors in the whole hospital system were ordering 500 micrograms or above of fentanyl?
Objection.
Just one.
Objection.
Stop. I'll permit the question. Go ahead and give the answer.
Judge, he's testing.
Just one.
Okay, let's go sidebar. If we take a break real quick, I give my jury 15 minutes. Will that work for you, Doc?
Yes, it will. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonition. We're back in 15 minutes, and then we'll deal with this over here. Have a great break.
It's just, it's hard, it's the microphone issues, right? Because he doesn't get the delay and talk, like when you start talking.
It's like a 2 seconds, 2 second delay.
Just enough that it's throwing us off on our cadence.
Judge, if I can have just a moment, I think I'm going to withdraw the objection.
Okay.
Withdraw the objection. I'm just discussing it with Ms. Menashe, but I believe that's where I'm being right now.
Do you want a minute to decide?
Yes.
Go ahead.
But I have a question. He said to there's one of them.
Even though it's all over the internet, also relax.
You got to just ignore it. Don't even have to.
I'm under a doctor's care.
I know that those trolls out there just get you over the dogs. Well, even cross. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to try to have them solve that.
We will try to find it.
That would be wonderful.
I think they should. Before we make it through.
I almost took my bench chair. Brought this one to him. Because that's one of the original ones that I got when I first came. It's a great chair.
Do they make special court reporter chairs that have like really nice seats on them and their backs? Yeah, a little spendy, but it's probably worth it with as much as I sit in.
But court reporters complain about other stuff.
Oh, no, I
I learned a long time ago, chairs instrumental to your success.
It's on the other side of the
Got it.
You ready, Judge?
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry, can you approach real quick? Covering the jury when they're coming in?
Oh, I've already got them coming through the door. We're going to do it on the side.
Just decide, I don't think it needs to be on the record, so it's just the last two.
Did we hit it on the record?
I don't think so. Mr. Vitus?
Y'all can be seated. We just need one more second. Talk amongst each other. Thanks, guys.
Kind of maybe get it settled before you start on the frames.
Doctor, remember you're still under oath,
I'm here.
okay?
Yes, sir.
Continue on,
Judge, for the record, the defense withdraws the objection. The last
okay?
So, to get us back to where we were, Leslie Bowman is running reports, right?
Correct?
The parameters 500 or above of fentanyl outside the OR. Do you know if these patients were on ventilators?
I believe they were, yes.
Okay. And how many doctors in the whole system are doing this?
Just one,
And who is that doctor?
Dr. Husel.
All right. What happens next? I think we left off chronologically with the timeline. You, on Monday, November 26th, meet with Dr. Husel and Dr. Ralston. What happens next?
I had the conversation with Dr. Strack. Later that week, I also spoke to Dr. Philip Santa Emma, who is the medical director of the palliative care program at Mount Carmel. He is also the past president of the medical staff. I spoke to him about what we had found to get his input into what he thought about these drugs at these dosages. Because he's a palliative care physician, he has lots of experience at palliative extubation, taking care of terminally ill patients. I spoke to him. I spoke to Dr. Dominic again to get more information from him in terms of his opinion.
You mentioned Dr. Dominic. Who is Dr. Dominic, and what does he do at the hospital?
Dr. Dominic is the chairman of the Department of Anesthesiology at the time.
All right. What happens next? So this is that you had 2 conversations with Dr. Dominic, the chair of anesthesiology. What happens next?
There is also a meeting that occurs during that week with system executives to talk about the situation. That would be the CEO, Ed Lamb, General Counsel for Mount Carmel Health, Dr. Streck. I believe he called in other VPMAs from other hospitals, so they're made aware of the situation. And I frankly can't remember anyone else that was there, although I'm sure there were. So we had conversations about this, about ongoing investigation, informing the parent company, Trinity, as to what's going on.
I'm going to stop.
Those were the topics. Excuse me?
I'm going to stop you there, Doctor. Yeah, this is the first time you've mentioned the parent company, Trinity. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, the structural organization of Mount Carmel as far as whether they are an independent company, what a parent company is, etc.?
Sure. As we discussed previously, Mount Carmel is a health system of its own, but it is also owned and operated by a larger national health system, Trinity Health, which owns, I don't know how many, close to 100 hospitals nationally and some other health systems nationally, but they are the owner and the parent corporation of Mount Carmel Health.
And what date, if you can recall, was, to your knowledge, Trinity informed of Dr. Husel's dosing habits during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU?
I don't know. The meeting that I attended with Mount Carmel Health executives occurred about the 28th of November, I believe, and it was discussed, but I was not part of actually informing them. So from the point that it was discussed that we need to do that, I believe they were informed after that meeting at some point, but I can't tell you exactly when.
Okay. What happens next in your mind's eye, looking back, big meeting around November 28th, what happens next?
The next thing I recall is the following week, which was December 4th. I was called into an executive meeting with the CEO, as well as the Dr. Strack, the Chief Clinical Officer for the health system. I was informed that an external peer review of some of these cases had been performed, and the review,
Okay.
and we'll talk about what I was told about the review.
Doctor, stop.
You said you were informed that an external peer review? Is that the word you used?
Yes.
Tell us what an external peer review is.
That's an evaluation of the care of a patient or patients that is performed by a peer, just like we spoke about peer review earlier. But this time it is a doctor or group of doctors that are not part of the Mount Carmel Health System.
Okay. So that happens. What happens next?
I was given a letter by the CEO to deliver to Dr. Husel that informed him of a summary suspension of his privileges at Mount Carmel Health.
What date, if you recall, did that occur on?
I was given the letter on the 4th of December. Then I delivered it to Dr. Husel on the 5th of December.
And when you say delivered, was this something you mailed, emailed, texted? How did you deliver it to them?
I contacted him and asked him to come to my office, and he came to my office on the 5th of December, and I hand-delivered the letter to him. There were 2 copies of it. He was asked to sign 1 copy and return it to me so I could return it for his file at the system office.
Okay. So is he fired yet?
No, strictly about his privileges to practice at the hospital.
What happens next?
There were also there had been several meetings of executives within the hospital. I spoke about the one on the 28th. I also attended other meetings. And there were conversations in those meetings at that point about communication. Who should this be communicated to? How should it be communicated to? And a decision was made to inform law enforcement about this. And I was asked to be a part of that communication to them. And so on later on December 5th, I, along with Sean McKibben, I believe Hospital General Counsel was there, but I can't say that for sure, met with the county prosecutor and one of his attorneys.
Would that have been Ron O'Brien and Jimmy Lowe, if you recall?
Yes, it would.
All right. What happened next?
After that meeting with them, the 2 days later on the 7th of December, Columbus police detectives came to Mount Carmel. I met with them, and they said they wanted to talk to hospital personnel that were involved with the care of these patients, and they began to do that.
I was going to say, when did they want to talk to them?
As soon as possible. They started, I believe, that day.
Had any of these personnel been talked to about what was going on regarding Dr. Husel and the investigation you and your colleagues were conducting?
I am not sure. I don't have a list of who they spoke to. It occurred on, much of that, the interviewing occurred on the floor next door to my office, so I saw nurses and pharmacists coming and going into that room with the detectives, but they did not give me a list or tell me exactly who they were talking to.
All right. What happened next?
I attended several meetings that occurred on a daily basis that included Mount Carmel Health executives as well as Trinity Health executives, and so there were ongoing conversations about the status of the situation, communication, who should be communicated, what should be communicated, how should that be communicated. So there were several discussions about that. I was not involved in decision making, but was involved in the plan to communicate. It was decided that patients' families should be communicated about what we had discovered and what occurred, and a script was put together, and I was asked to be involved with the communication to patient families along with several other physicians. I believe we began to do that shortly after Christmas in December.
You said a script was put together to talk to family patients, to the patients' families that were affected?
Yes, so that the intent was there be consistent communication so everyone heard the same thing, and it was an intent, I believe, I was told, to...
Okay, sustained. As of the intent issue, go ahead.
All right. Well,
Yes.
I believe you're explaining, I asked why a script was put together. And can you explain why a script was put together?
Objection. He said he did not have any input on the script.
I think he said he did.
I think you did. So, Doctor, can you answer the question?
I can. The intent of the script was to make sure there was...
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Let me see. You're talking about your understanding of what the intent was?
Yes.
Okay.
Your understanding of the intent was?
That there be consistency in the communication so everyone heard the same thing. And there was also several points that needed to be made, and some aspects that we were instructed not to talk about.
All right. And did you actually yourself participate in any of these phone calls to patient families?
Yes, I did.
All right. Do you recall who else was involved in calling patient families regarding the dosing habits of Dr. Husel in the nighttime ICU during palliative extubations?
The chief nursing officer, Dina Bush, was making some of these phone calls. Dr. Santa Emma, the palliative care medical director, was involved. Dr. Streck made a few calls. I believe Dr. Tom Brady made a few calls. Dr. Brady is a hospitalist and he was president of the medical staff at the time.
All right.
There may have been others, but I don't remember who else may have been making phone calls.
Why, if you know...
Excuse me, I do remember. I'm sorry. Dr. Ralston made some of these phone calls too. I just remembered.
And Dr. Ralston, you identified as the head of the ICU that you were trying to get a hold of when this first broke?
Yes, he was medical director of the ICU.
All right. And why, if you know, your understanding, why are you contacting these patient families at this time?
Objection.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll permit it. You can answer the question.
There was a consensus that Mount Carmel wanted to be transparent about finding this,
Objection. Joe.
and
Strike.
it was
Hold on.
the patient
Doctor, I'm going to
families.
stop you there, please. There's an objection.
Denied. Doctor, do you remember where you were at?
Yes. There was a decision that Mount Carmel wanted to be transparent about finding this, and we felt that the patients' families deserved to know when we had discovered areas of concern regarding their loved ones' care, especially with an issue like this, that it was felt may have actually shortened the lives of these patients.
Okay, stop for a second. I'm going to talk to the jury. We're talking about a process of what they're going through, okay? Of why they may do something. That's the purpose for you to consider this. Do you understand that? Okay? Mr. Zion.
What happens next?
These patient phone calls take a long time to conduct. It takes several days trying to find next of kin, trying to contact them. It's not necessarily an easy, straightforward process, but that's accomplished. There is also communication that's put together that around the Mount Carmel colleagues, the employees, as well as to release to the media and go from there to the public.
All right. So I'm going to ask about something a little different now, so I don't forget. We had talked about Dr. Husel's not being board certified, but on track to be board certified when he was hired. Remember that?
Yes, yes.
And then you testified, all this came to light, and he is suspended when you hand-delivered that letter to him on December 5th of 2018.
Yes.
When he is suspended, had he taken the test to become board certified at this point?
No, he had not.
And he had been at the hospital at this point for 5 years?
That's correct.
All right. So at this point, should he have been board certified in anesthesiology to continue his employment?
Yes.
What, if anything, is being done about his lack of board certification, either prior to or simultaneous with the events of October, November, December of 2018?
Dr. Husel's appointment to the medical staff was set to expire in December of 2018. So earlier, a few months earlier, he had filled out an application for reappointment to the medical staff, as is typical for most physicians, if they want to stay on the medical staff. That application is then processed and researched, and it was determined that he had not achieved his board certification at that point. So he was presented to the credentials committee, and he was notified that he was now outside the guidelines and the requirements of the medical staff for board certification. He had followed up with a letter requesting a waiver to allow him to take his board certification exam. In that letter, he had indicated that he had already scheduled to take it in May of 2019. So that was looked at his reappointment meeting with the credentials committee, and that waiver was approved. It's very typical to approve those waivers, and so that was consistent with how that had been dealt with other medical staff members in the past. So that waiver was approved for 1 year. So he was not required to be board certified, but was allowed to take the board certification exam, and within 1 year that would be looked at again, and he should be board certified by then.
So in fairness to Dr. Husel, that is nothing extraordinary that a new doctor after 5 years would be asking for a waiver for a year just to get the test done.
It's not that common, but it does happen, I would say probably a half dozen times a year.
All right. Now, is that what you do, that tract of recertification and all that jazz? Is that what you're doing at the same time you're investigating them, or are those other people doing that?
Well, I do sit on the credentials committee. It is the credentialing office that tracks all of that and determines if criteria and requirements have been followed and presents that to the credentials committee. I do sit on the credentials committee. I did sit on the credentials committee at that time. So I was present for that. So I heard all of that presentation.
All right. And after he was suspended on December 5th, was he thereafter re-credentialed to be on the Mount Carmel hospital staff?
No.
What happens next after these phone calls are made to the patients' families that were affected by the dosing habits of Dr. Husel in the nighttime ICU?
We continue to investigate. As I said, other communication plans are put together, continue to meet on a regular basis, and eventually in January, I was put on administrative leave and taken out of the loop, so to speak.
You say communication plans were developed. What is that? Who's doing that?
Well, most of those, just like the script that we talked about earlier, most of those were put together by the communications department. They involved video recordings that would be made, that the plan was to show those to Mount Carmel colleagues, also a video to be made to be released to the media, and then of course with anticipation was the media would show this to the public. There was some education about interacting with the press and the media that was done to those of us that might be involved in that.
All right. And so Mount Carmel has its own department that deals with this?
It does have a communications department, although there was external consultants contracted to deal with this issue. This was above and beyond what the typical experience and requirements were for our communications department.
You said outside, what was the word, outside consultants?
Yes.
So like a public relations firm, is that a way to put it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Not associated with Mount Carmel?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you speak to any of these public relation firms hired by the hospital to deal with this?
I was involved with them in some of the education programs that were put together and some of the discussions about what needed to be, they asked my opinion about what needed to be communicated to the various constituents that these different communication plans were being designed for. So I interacted with a few of them.
All right. Are you aware of whether or not, besides law enforcement, any other authorities were notified by Mount Carmel or Trinity Health?
Yes, there's a requirement because of certain certifications, and since we had this, we had to notify CMS,
What's CMS?
which is who, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. It's the federal government that oversees and administers Medicare. We had to notify them. I believe we also notified the Board of Pharmacy about this. Board of Nursing was notified. Can't remember. We had to notify, I believe, the Board of Medicine, and we had to report to the National Practitioner Data Bank regarding Dr. Husel being suspended from the medical staff.
All right. So it wasn't just the police, it were all these other, in your world, authorities, regulatory bodies?
That's correct.
And when you say we notified, is that you proactively reaching out to them, or are they coming to you and saying, we want to know what's going on?
Mount Carmel took the initiative and notified them themselves. They didn't wait to be contacted.
All right, Doctor, I'm just going to ask you a few more questions here. You got to the point in your memory of the chronology of what happened by saying you're being involved in the communication efforts, et cetera. And then what happens in January to you, employment-wise?
On January 25th, I was put on administrative leave.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that I'm still employed by the organization, but have no responsibilities, and basically I was told to not come to work anymore until further notice.
All right. How long did that administrative leave last?
Until July 11th.
What, if anything, happened on July, and this is 2019?
That's correct.
What, if anything, happened on July 11th, 2019?
I was called into a meeting with Mount Carmel Health System executives and terminated.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Doctor.
Mr. Baez, you need, what, 10 minutes to get set up?
Yes, please.
We'll take a quick 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, and get back to it. Remember the admonition?
All right.
Have a great 10 minutes.
Do you need any of this stuff up here?
Yeah, you can do it all.
Okay.
believe so.
Mr. Zion?
Yeah, Judge, just so long as a proper foundation is laid prior to anything being shown to the jury. That was my only concern with the logistics of this. And I've been assured by Mr. Baez that will be, nothing's going to be shown of him saying, I don't know what that is, and then,
And what's this over here on the side?
That's in case I need to write something down, Judge. Rather than switch off to the Elmo, I figure I could write it down just as easily, quicker, kind of flow a little easier. If I need to write something down.
So it's demonstrative in purpose?
Yes, just demonstrative.
Okay, let's see how this works.
All rise.
You may be seated. Doctor, you're still under oath. Mr. Baez, you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. May I please report?
It may.
Mr. Zion. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I hope that's not a precursor to what's about to go. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Swanner, you are actually in the Arena District right now, right?
Yes, right now.
Okay, you're in the law firm of Mount-Carmel?
I'm in the law firm of Jones Day.
Well, you're the law firm that represents Mount-Carmel, correct?
objection, Your Honor.
I believe they do.
I'm gonna give him a little leeway here, but
Now, I understand your back issues, but there was nothing that precluded you from arriving at your lawyer's office today, was there?
I don't understand the question.
Well, I'll just come right out and ask you. Is the reason you're there on Zoom versus live here in court is because perhaps cross-examination might not go so smoothly?
Objection, Your Honor.
sustained argumentative.
Are you aware of, was the decision made to be present at your lawyer's office a few blocks away as opposed to coming here live in court, had anything to do with cross-examination?
No.
Okay. Now, but as so far we're good as far as your back is concerned today, right?
So far, so good.
Okay, if you have any issues, please let me know, and I'm more than happy to pause my examination. Okay?
Thank you.
All right,
Yes.
sir. I'm going to try and go chronologically and see if we can, and I'll try not to bounce around too much. Picking up where Mr. Zion mentioned about Dr. Husel's board certifications, fact of the matter is he actually took the written portion of the board certification, correct?
You mean prior to reappointment?
Correct, yes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in fact, he passed that on the first try, correct?
I don't recall if it was first try or not.
Okay. But you were aware he passed, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that all he had left was the oral portion of that exam, correct?
that's correct.
And kind of hard to study for an oral portion of an exam if you're working full shifts over at the ICU, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can't answer, I don't know how what his study habits are, how he felt he needed to prepare for that.
If you don't know, that's okay. That's an acceptable answer, okay? I'm going to ask you several other questions. So, taking some of what was covered in direct examination, you mentioned that none of the nurses had ever in the 5 years employed with Mount Carmel had ever come with any complaints about Dr. Husel, correct?
That's correct.
And no other physicians also ever complained about him.
That's correct.
No other pharmacists ever came to you and said, we got a problem with Dr. Husel.
That's correct.
And that was in 2014, 15, 16, 17, up until the October of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, his contract was renewed 2 times while working for Mount Carmel, correct?
I don't know details about his contract.
So you have no idea how many times Mount Carmel renewed his employment contract?
Sustained.
Would that be something that's under your supervision, sir?
No.
Okay. Now, in 2014, he was in fact given an award as Doctor of the Year, correct?
That's correct.
And this was given to him or recommended to be given by other physicians, correct?
I'm not sure exactly how that award was determined.
Okay. So
I thought it was nursing staff, but I don't know.
I'm going to show you what is a Defense Exhibit H1.
Okay.
And if you give us a moment, we're going to bring that up. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And if you could scroll up just a little bit, David. Now, that's your signature on the bottom left-hand corner, correct?
Yes, it is.
So one could say that as far as Dr. Husel's concerned, you think at this time he's doing a pretty good job.
Yes.
Okay? And you're also aware that in 2018, he was nominated again for this award, wasn't he, sir?
I don't recall that.
And of course, that award was not given to him.
Objection,
Because-
Your Honor. The answer is I don't know anything about that. They don't
Okay, well, you're testifying, let's,
I'll move on, Judge. It's not important. So, sir, in addition to this, you actually met with Dr. Husel about 2 times a year to go over his care, correct?
It was not a review of his practice. It was more of a checking in, how are things going sort of meeting. So it wasn't really a review or performance evaluation.
And that's, but
is
that's
there
what,
a reason why the exhibit's
okay, we
called?
can take that down. But doctor, that's typical of what you do with all physicians, right?
No, not all physicians.
Well, those in the
I
ICU.
specifically did that with the nighttime ICU physicians.
Okay. And you also met with Dr. Hagris a couple times a year,
Yes, the same meeting.
as well as other staff members at the ICU?
I don't recall meetings with other staff members necessarily. Dr. Ralston was present at those meetings, and there would be other staff meetings or other staff members at other meetings I would have, but not specifically that I called or that I reached out to. There would be ICU quality meetings that I might attend that other staff members would also be in attendance. There were medical department meetings that physicians would be at that I would also attend. So I would interact with the medical staff.
I'm sorry, doctor. Let's stick to just my question, okay? My question was, you met with other healthcare professionals, and your answer was no?
My answer is
Or you don't recall?
I wouldn't, well, no, I
Let
wouldn't.
him answer, okay? Go ahead, doctor.
Thank you. I would not schedule specific meetings with all other medical staff meetings the way I scheduled them with Dr. Husel and Dr. Agris. So no, not like that, but yes, in other situations, I would meet with medical staff members.
And the purpose of your meeting with the doctors at ICU was just to check on how things were coming along and to see if there were any issues or any concerns to be discussed, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you were made aware during these meetings, there was nothing of the kind to discuss.
That's correct.
Okay? And now, as far as your position is concerned, you are the Vice President of Medical Affairs, right?
Was, yes?
Okay, well, at this time, I'm talking about the relevant times.
Yes.
That's pretty high up there in terms of the chain of command at this hospital, is it not?
Yes, I would say one of the top 3 at the hospital administratively.
But as it related to the doctors, nurses, pharmacists, you're the man in charge, right?
Pharmacy and nursing did not report to me, no.
Obviously, you had significant input should an issue arise at the pharmacy, right?
If it impacted the medical care and the medical staff, yes.
Okay, so these were your people, right? The employees, the healthcare providers, the healthcare professionals at Mount Carmel were under your charge, correct, sir?
They did not all report to me. We were colleagues, we interacted, we worked together in a collegial fashion, but they did not report to me.
I'm not asking if they actually directly reported to you. My question, I guess, is you're in charge of them, though, correct? I mean, if something...
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm not even finished with the question.
Okay.
I'm trying to clarify it for the witness.
Ask the question.
Sure.
I'll note the objection for now.
If there's an issue as it relates to the medical care, these are your people, right?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll give it to him. Can you answer it, Doc?
I was available, and the leadership at Mount Carmel West all made ourselves available. If there were concerns or issues, yes, people could come to me and tell me about them. If it involved the medical care of patients and impacted, obviously, the medical staff, then yes, I would get involved in investigating and resolving those issues.
All right. So let's go over an issue then, sir. You testified under direct examination that the first report came in, and that was the first you had heard of it was on October 25th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And you stated that, and I want to make sure I got your statement correct, that the doses were dose amounts that the pharmacy had not seen before, correct? Remember testifying to that earlier?
I remember testifying to that. I don't remember my specific words, but yes, the pharmacy was concerned because these were much higher doses than they were used to seeing.
Okay.
Of these drugs.
But you learned later on that they, in fact, were used to seeing these doses, correct?
I'm sorry, could you define used to seeing?
Yes. You later on learned that this was Dr. Husel's routine practice to be aggressive with pain meds as it related to palliative withdrawals, correct?
Yes, I did.
So, and you were also aware, and you also learned that the pharmacy, that numerous pharmacists had approved both prospectively and retrospectively many of these patients' doses, correct?
Yes.
So when you told this jury earlier that the pharmacy had not seen these doses or that they were not used to them, it's not exactly true, is it, sir?
Objection, Your Honor, that was not his testimony.
I agree.
No, I'm talking about the fact, not his statement, Judge.
His statement, Your Honor, if we can
Well, you're
approach.
impeaching him, evidently attempting to.
No, Judge, I'm just pointing out that it's not true.
That was not his testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you.
All right. Now, sir, you are actually in a unique position because you were once a pharmacist, right?
That's correct.
And you were aware, well, you are aware that, of course, that these drugs that we're discussing are controlled substances, right?
Yes.
And you became aware that there was an issue at the pharmacy as far as not being in control of controlled substances, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that the pharmacy is answerable, has to answer to the DEA in reference to what they do, their procedures, and whether in fact they have control of controlled substances, correct?
Yes.
You're also aware that if the pharmacy is not in control of controlled substances, that this is a direct violation of the CMS, which is the Center of Medicaid and Medicare Services, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that the pharmacy would be in immediate jeopardy by CMS of being able to see patients who are Medicaid and Medicare service patients, correct?
They were at risk of that.
Yes, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, the pharmacy was placed in immediate jeopardy because of their lack of control of controlled substances, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you're a hospital administrator, right?
Yes.
You're aware that Mount Carmel can't operate without Medicaid and Medicare patients, right?
Correct.
And that could potentially shut the whole hospital down, right?
Yes, it could.
Now, I want to show you what the prosecutor showed you in 20F, the State's Exhibit 20F. He's going to bring that up right now. This is an email that was forwarded to you by Katie Barga, correct?
Yes.
Now, at this time, you see that she wanted to bring something to your attention with this email, right?
Yes.
And if you look at the last paragraph here, it says, I wanted to copy you as well since pharmacy is concerned that the nursing staff is overriding Pyxis to obtain and administer these meds. Do you see that?
Yes.
And she goes on to say, I will keep you updated on the progress and send you an optional invitation to this meeting. Do you see that?
Yes.
So, Ms. Barga is bringing to your attention at this point that there's something going on at the pharmacy, right?
Yes,
That's all. That's my question. Now, let me ask you this: was it brought to your attention that the pharmacists were concerned about potential diversion because of the way these meds were being scanned?
there was conversation about diversion after these three cases were brought to my attention.
Okay. And as a former pharmacist And the third guy in charge, that was pretty important for you, right?
Yes.
Now, you stated that you went over your testimony. Actually, let me ask you this. In any of your direct examination today, did you testify about anything going on at the pharmacy?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And having said, after you testified about the voice reports, and in fact, as part of the procedure of the voice reports, it's mandatory to bring it to the attention of the actual provider, correct? Which would be Dr. Husel.
I don't remember the exact regulatory rules around voice reports, but typically I would.
Okay, so I'm going to go over what's mandatory and what you do typically, since because of your answer, sir. You're aware that the physician has to be notified of a voice report within 48 hours of having a voice report lodged against him or her, correct?
I don't recall that.
Is that your typical way of doing business with voice reports, sir? To notify them within 48 hours?
Not necessarily, no.
So typically, how long does it take you to finally get to the person who people are complaining about?
It depends on the situation.
Okay, so let's talk about this situation then. You stated after receiving these voice reports, excuse me, that you started an investigation yourself, right?
Yes. Yes.
You would agree that the best thing to do is to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, right?
Are you asking his opinion?
As someone investigating something, sir, best person to talk to is the actual doctor, right?
That's one of the factors involved.
Okay. It's also a good idea to perhaps go over the medical records with the doctor, is it not?
Depends on the situation.
Okay.
Not all voice reports are about medical care that would have anything to do with a medical record.
I'm asking you, sir, specifically about this, about your investigation that you said you conducted, that you told us today you conducted. My question to you, sir, is pretty good idea to go over the medical records and give the doctor a chance to explain himself, right?
Yes?
And it's also a pretty good idea to get these records, right?
What do you mean by get the record?
Before I ask you that, you didn't do that in your investigation, did you, sir?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're talking about, I'm talking about earlier. Not until after he was placed on leave did you talk to him, correct?
It was after he was taken off of the schedule that I talked to him.
He was in fact placed on leave on, I'll get the exact date for you. Look that up. Sir, do you know the date that Dr. Husel was officially placed on leave while we're looking this up?
We made the decision to take him off the schedule on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, November 21st, 2018.
And was it not decided at the executive meeting on the 19th that he would be placed on leave?
No, that was decided on the 21st.
Okay.
If you're
So, let me
equating
stop
leave
there.
with being...
I request the witness
Okay.
be allowed to answer.
Let's stop and answer. New question.
You would agree, sir, that November 21st is before November 26th when you actually met with Dr. Husel, right?
Yes,
So before ever placing this doctor on leave, a person that works for you under your supervision, you never even spoke to him, right?
that's correct.
And you never even spoke to the nurses who were present at the bedside on any of these patients, did you, sir?
No, I did not.
You also, as part of your investigation into the matter, never went and spoke to the pharmacists who had either prospectively or retrospectively or simultaneously approved these meds, correct?
Correct.
And you would characterize this investigation as a thorough one, sir?
I would.
Okay. Sir, you realized at the time of you conducting this investigation that one, it was a serious matter, correct?
Of course.
And you're talking about patients, which is a serious matter,
Yes,
and you're talking about the life and career of one of your employees, that's a serious matter?
yes,
Okay. And yet, you didn't find it necessary to speak to the doctor himself or any of the nurses or pharmacists or witnesses who were involved in any of these patients, did you, sir?
eventually I talked to Dr. Husel, but you're correct, I didn't talk to him before he was put on leave.
Okay. Now, you did say that you looked at the patient's charts prior to the meeting, correct?
That's correct.
So you had a little more information as far as only what was put in the records, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree, sir, that many of your employees, well, all of your employees are different, right?
Yes,
And some are good at their entering progress notes in the medical records, and some are not so thorough, right?
that's correct.
And what a nurse, doctor, pharmacist, or other healthcare provider puts in a medical record is completely what they think might be relevant, right?
I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as an opinion.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, Dr. Swanner, is there's only so much you can get from a medical record, right?
That's true.
Okay? Now, in fact, the best way to find out what's going on with a patient is to speak to those who are actually at the bedside, right?
Not necessarily.
Would you agree that it would be good to know what those at bedside are saying?
Depends on their memory and their motives.
Okay? Well, we'll get into motives in a bit, but let's stick to the investigation that you conducted. Now, you stated that you met with Dr. Husel on the 26th after he had been placed on leave, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, sir, when Mr. Zion was questioning you, you testified under oath that Dr. Husel's demeanor, you were asked about his demeanor. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that he was passive, but participated and was collegial. That's how you described Dr. Husel's demeanor at this meeting today in court under oath, right?
that's correct.
Do you recall having to give a statement to the police as to what occurred at that meeting?
Yes?
And you labeled it note to chart?
Excuse me?
You labeled that statement, note to chart,
Yes, I did.
okay? It's a little bit of a medical term to be given to the police, right?
Note to chart?
Yes.
I don't consider that medical. I don't
Okay,
know.
well, having said that, you in fact told the police after being confronted about whether Dr. Husel was, his doses were perhaps hastening the death of patients, you said Dr. Husel seemed shocked by the comment. Correct?
Yes?
Okay? And that's not passive, is it?
My description of him being passive did not mean in a specific moment. It meant the overall meeting.
But you
He was
didn't
not
tell...
aggressive.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I cut you off. Please continue.
He was not aggressive. He wasn't pacing. He didn't stand up and pound on the table or anything like that. Yes, he was shocked, and that's not necessarily a passive reaction. But overall in the meeting, his demeanor was rather passive.
Okay, I didn't ask you, I don't believe the prosecutor asked you if he was aggressive or violent. I'm asking, I believe he asked you for your demeanor, correct?
Okay.
Yes,
Did I
I'm
hear an
defining
objection?
passive.
Okay, stop, Doc. Reason?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
I'll move on. I don't really know how that was argumentative. I asked him.
Okay, I made my ruling, okay?
Okay. Sir, you also gave an interview to Human Resources about that meeting, did you not?
I spoke to a human resource person from Trinity.
Correct. And when describing Dr. Husel's demeanor during that meeting, you said he was sad, contrite, and sincere. Did you not, sir?
I don't recall the specific words I used in that meeting.
Okay, but you wouldn't argue with the fact that perhaps you told Human Resources that Dr. Husel was sad, contrite, and sincere, correct?
True.
Now, in your two-page or one-page and one-paragraph statement to the police, you don't say anything about him being passive here, correct?
I would have to look at the document. I don't remember especially what's in it.
Okay, I believe we emailed your lawyer a copy of that note to chart. Do you want to take a moment to
Yes.
review it? Do you feel you need to do that? To know that you never
Yes.
say anything about passive
Okay,
here?
stop. Proper question.
I think I finished the question, Judge.
No, then you strike the question, you disregard the question. If you're going to do what you're doing, do it right format.
Yes, sir. Do you feel you need to look it over, sir? Or do you feel comfortable?
Yes, please.
Okay. I believe, how close is your lawyer to you right now?
Okay.
I have the document in
Hold
front of
on,
me.
stop. Do you have the document in front of you? Review
I do.
it, and then we'll ask you if it refreshes your memory.
Okay,
Does that refresh your memory?
yes, it does.
Go ahead, then.
Did you say anything about him being passive, sir?
No,
Say anything about him being collegial?
no,
Okay. And during this meeting, what you did was you also asked Dr. Ralston what his routine and his practice is, right?
correct?
And Dr. Ralston did that, correct, at the meeting?
Yes,
And subsequent to this, well, before I go any further, it's fair to say, doctor, or you would agree, that equally trained and equally qualified doctors can have two completely different opinions, right?
yes,
And in fact, one could be right, one could be wrong, both could be wrong, and they both could be right, right?
true,
Okay. Now, Dr. Ralston is trained in internal medicine, correct?
yes,
And you're aware that Dr. Husel's trained in anesthesiology, right?
yes,
You're also aware that he was also, and that was at the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
yes,
And you're also aware that he had a fellowship in critical care as well, correct?
yes,
In fact, he's the only doctor at Mount Carmel West who's both trained in critical care and anesthesiology, is he not?
that's true.
Okay, so whatever doctor you may ask at Mount Carmel about Dr. Husel's dosing habits are trained differently, are they not?
Yes,
Now, having said, after Dr. Ralston gave his way of doing things, the three of you discussed about starting a committee, right?
there was discussion about a collaborative group of people working together to design a more rigorous standard care of these types of patients. I wouldn't call it a committee.
Okay, well, pardon me for mischaracterizing it, sir, but basically what you wanted to do is develop a policy, right?
I didn't necessarily say I wanted to do that, but there was discussion about the possibility of doing that.
And you asked Dr. Husel if he would participate in that committee or whatever you want to call it.
I don't recall specifically if I asked him or Dr. Ralston asked him or he just offered, but there was discussion that if that occurred, he would be interested in participating.
And would you like to review the last sentence of the statement you made to the police?
Sure.
Let me know when you're done.
Are you speaking of the next to last sentence of the document?
No, the very last sentence of the first page.
Oh, on the first page.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, you in fact stated to the police that Dr. Husel was supportive of the concept and agreed to be part of a group that would draft such an order set. Did you not, sir?
I did.
Now, subsequent to this, at the conclusion of this meeting, you actually patted Dr. Husel on the back and told him not to worry, that he would not lose his job. Do you recall that, sir?
No, I do not.
Okay. So, it's your testimony, sir, that you never made or implied in any way that he'd be working back in no time?
No, I could not promise that. There was still an investigation of serious matters. I could not promise that to him.
Okay. These serious matters were so serious that, of course, you wanted him to be part of this committee, correct?
I never agreed to form that group. That was the possibility that was discussed in the meeting. There was
Okay.
no definite decision made to do that.
Now, let's talk about how things unfolded subsequent to this. You testified about these reports that were run subsequent to this meeting, right?
Which reports are you referring to?
The reports you testified where, I guess well, let me, if I can pull that document out. You recall in the direct examination being asked about reports created by Leslie Bowman, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this a good place to break? Because you're going to get into a whole different topic, and it's getting to the top of the hour.
Sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to go to lunch. Remember the admonitions? I'm going to steal another half hour. Let's start it back at 1. Okay? Is that fine with everybody? Didn't ruin your dinner, your lunchtime a little bit? Cramping your style?
All right.
Okay.
You run it, Judge.
I understand. It is my decision. I'll see you all at 1 then.
What time, Judge, what time are you looking at?
1?
1, okay.
Hold on, Doc. Don't go away yet. Okay, we're on break for lunch. You're not to discuss your testimony with anybody. I don't care if he's in the room or not. How you testified or what you testified to. Now, you can answer a factual question, but you can't get any training or anything during the break. Fair enough?
I understand.
Okay. Thank you. You're excused till 1 o'clock. Okay. Can someone turn that around for me? It's in
The parties for this procedure based on his health issues. He has to periodically, after about an hour, go lay down somewhere. He didn't want to lay down either in the back hallway or in the outside hallway or in some room at the courthouse. We all agreed this was an acceptable format, and for Mr. Baez to attack that as if some sort of ruse to avoid the rigors of his devastating cross-examination, I don't think was appropriate, and I'm going to ask for some leeway as to on the redirect as far as leading regarding that. Secondly, we would also request, again, on the record, for any expert reports that we were promised again last night, and we have not received yet. So,
Pot shot aside, I think, Judge, I feel we did make the agreement that he could testify, but I don't think that I'm foreclosed from attacking that issue, especially given the fact that he's just a few blocks away. I thought he was going to be at home. I wasn't aware that he was going to be at his lawyer's office. I wasn't aware of any of that until I think late yesterday. So in light of that, I think that's fair game, and it's fair game for.
No, he said you did it. He wants to be able to go after it too, is what he's requesting. Well, he wants to be able to explain it away.
He can't testify for the defense, if that's what.
No, he's not trying to testify for the defense.
Okay. Okay.
He just wants to be able to ask questions along the line of, why are you there, that type of stuff.
In terms of the expert reports, there was one updated one, which I think was sent to them.
No.
Or a supplement one. When was that sent? Alice?
Yeah, no, we just have the supplemental, which we did say that we would turn over to the state.
Okay, so we're turning, that one's ready to turn over. The only other one that's outstanding is the new one that we discussed at sidebar, that new expert.
Any
He's currently reviewing
anticipation?
records.
Okay.
He said he would probably be done by either tonight or tomorrow as well.
So it
Okay.
will be done shortly.
Can we have a name, please?
Allison can give you that name.
I'm sorry?
We don't even know a name yet, Judge.
I'm sure we gave him a name, Judge. I'm just,
This is Taylor Mick. She's following all of this, Judge. We don't have a name yet of a...
Okay, Taylor, talk to the other one. You guys get the issue resolved. If you don't, I'll get involved.
We'll note for the record, it's March 2nd, second week of trial.
I understand that. I understand I gave them leeway previously in an order and you objected. I understand.
are we excused for
Anything
lunch?
else for the record?
Nothing to
Okay,
state.
we're on break.
Thank you, Judge.
Hot shot aside, come on.
Is
I didn't have regular people.
If you recognize something that's different, that's a good thing, right? I just thought it was new packaging.
Well,
Last time I had
it's also a twofer. It's a twofer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's awesome.
So we, see what you think. And if you think it's horrible, then now we know.
I think it's the same original recipe. I just think with the twofer, they can run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
William got a big
It's
one.
gonna be fantastic.
Jose got candy, didn't even know it.
Oh, wait. Didn't I say all those?
They're congregating.
Seem to be in a good mood.
They always are. That's a good group you guys got. It's a good balance.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good lunch. A scheduling thing to discuss with you real quick. We talked to the parties. I received a request to leave early on the 24th and 31st. I guess one of you, congratulations. Okay? That's fine. We can leave at 4 o'clock that day. Okay? So put that on your calendars. I'll probably still part of your lunch again, but we're going to keep moving. Okay? Mr. Baez? Doctor, you're still under oath.
Mr. Zion. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Doctor, how's that back holding up?
So far, so good.
All right. Now, I forgot to bring this up earlier. I want to discuss it. You, when you were fired from Mount Carmel, you hired a lawyer, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that lawyer negotiated a separation agreement and severance package for you?
That's correct.
Okay. And as part of your agreement, you agreed not to voluntarily aid or assist.
Where are we going with this?
I think it's
It's a
relevant.
remedial measure. I disagree.
I don't think it's a remedial measure.
Yes, it is.
Talk about it.
Let's go sidebar. Come on, guys. Get a little loving here. It's right after lunch. Don't go to sleep, but talk to each other. Okay, David, I think we're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, that objection has been sustained or disregard the last question.
Dr. Swanner, we have never spoken before today, correct?
That's correct.
Have you spoken to Mr. Zion before today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to the incident, well, the meeting that you had with Dr. Husel and Dr. Ralston on November 26th of 2018. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Now, when I asked you whether you actually patted Dr. Husel on the back and told him not to worry, that he wasn't going to lose his job, you're not denying it happened. You're just saying you don't recall, correct?
No, I'm denying that it happened.
Okay. Now, having said that, sir, isn't it a fact that Dr. Husel's privileges were renewed at Mount Carmel 2 days after that meeting on November 28, 2018?
I don't remember the exact date, but approximately, yes.
Okay. And that was after having this discussion with Dr. Husel and Dr. Ralston about this potential committee to create the order setting, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in fact, he utilized you and Dr. Ralston as references to get his privileges renewed, did he not?
I don't recall that.
Okay. You're not disputing it, it's just something you don't recall, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, sir, I want to go back to the line of questioning that you had with Mr. Zion in reference to the reports that were run, according to you, after this meeting with Dr. Husel. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, but I didn't say they were run after the meeting with Dr. Husel. I was just made aware of them after the meeting with Dr. Husel.
Okay. And these were reports created by Leslie Bowman, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Sir, you were asked under direct examination by Mr. Zion. I believe there was a moment where he specifically asked you, came over here and said, how many doctors are doing this? Do you recall that question?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Sure. I said that there was a question asked to you about these reports, and Mr. Zion specifically said, how many doctors are doing this? Do you remember that moment in court, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, isn't it a fact, sir, that these reports were run by Leslie Bowman on November 23rd, 26th, December 5th, December 19th, and the 21st? Do you see? Am I correct in those dates?
I know that these reports were rerun with different parameters several times.
And that's what I want to talk to you about, sir. I forwarded your lawyer now this is specifically labeled as Project Lighthouse, right? These reports?
I believe so.
And they were part of this whole project by both Mount Carmel and Trinity, right?
Yes.
Now, I forwarded your lawyer, in case you need to refresh your recollection on dates, but isn't it a fact, sir, that the report parameters were expired patients within 400 minutes from order by Dr. William Husel, MD? Correct?
I don't know. I haven't seen those reports yet.
Why don't you take a look at, do you think it might refresh your recollection if you look at the table of contents of all of the reports that were run?
It may. I did not see all of the reports.
Okay.
My testimony was only
I want to refer to the one where you testified to this jury that the only doctor, or how many doctors are doing this, was just Dr. Husel. Take a look at the table of contents. Let me know when you're done. And for the purpose of my question, Doctor, all I need you to do is look at the table of contents.
Okay.
Isn't it a fact, sir, that the parameters for the search and the only doctor looked at was Dr. William Husel, correct?
Correct with this report only.
All 5 of the reports that are listed in that table of contents under Project Lighthouse, the parameters are set to only bring up Dr. William Husel, correct?
For these reports, yes.
And it is also, sir, well, just so we're clear, this is the report that Mr. Zion was referring to you, correct? Referring you to, correct?
No.
Now there's another report from Project Lighthouse. Is that your testimony, sir?
I remember seeing a different report.
Okay. And when exactly was that report done, sir? If you're so confident it's another report.
What was it? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question again.
Well, let me strike that and ask you this. Sir, the first report done for Project Lighthouse had to deal with expired patients within 400 minutes from order by Dr. William Husel, correct?
The first report in this that you gave me, that is correct for that.
The second report done on the date you had the meeting was expired patients within 400 minutes from order by Dr. Husel, correct?
Yes?
The third report, expired patient, ordered by Dr. William Husel. 400 minutes was taken out, correct?
Yes.
Third report, expired patients with order by Dr. William Husel, correct?
Yes?
And that date was on the 19th of December, 2018, correct?
Yes?
And that was after you had already gone to law enforcement, right?
What was that date again?
December 19, 2018.
Yes.
And the
That's
other
correct.
report, the one I mentioned prior, was on December 5th, 2018, the day you reached out to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
So, sir, as we went through the timeline of events in your direct and your cross-examination, these are the reports that you had access to as the Vice President of Medical Affairs that were run on Dr. William Husel, correct? And Dr. William Husel.
I would not say I had access to all of these. I don't remember seeing these prior to today.
Now, sir, you also, the parameters of this report also only refer to expired patients, do they not?
That's correct.
And that is patients who have passed away, correct?
Yes?
And then there was a fifth report run on December 21st, 2018, correct? That will be at the bottom of the page, sir.
Yes.
And This also has to deal only with expired patients, correct?
Yes?
And the only doctor looked at in this report is Dr. William Husel, correct?
Yes.
Sir, the reports that you looked at for Project Lighthouse as it related to the searches of 500 mics of fentanyl and above also included that of a patient named Tracy Young. Is it not correct?
I don't recall that name.
Let me ask you this. Are you saying you don't recall that name at all until today? Or you don't recall that name back then?
I don't recall that name back then. I heard that name for the first time approximately 1 week ago.
So it wasn't until a week ago that the name Tracy Young was brought to your attention after you had already been fired from Mount Carmel? And
That's true.
And
Okay,
after...
you're getting compound questions.
I'm sorry, I was caught myself, Judge. And that's after you had reported Dr. Husel to the police?
Yes?
And after Dr. Husel was charged with 14 counts of murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you're aware that the report on December 5th, when the parameter was taken out of the 400 minutes. Okay, let me back.
Okay, hold on, stop, we got an objection going. Is this a sidebar?
Well, I don't think so. Dr. Swanner said, I'm not familiar with those reports. I'm not familiar with the parameters. I don't think it's fair to further question them.
Okay, let's go sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen.
It's your sidebar, you know.
My sidebar. Get busy with that. They're awful quiet back there.
So yes, it's,
And now we have one connection.
either a confidential or I hope not. This is a few months later.
They were saying something about their findings that.
Yeah, there's been talk about it.
I didn't know.
I would be upset.
September.
You're not falling apart there on me, Sam, are you? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on with the testimony. Sometimes we have to do this judge stuff. Okay, you just got to have some patience with me. Okay? With that, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Ralston, just so we're clear, I'm referring to only the reports created by Leslie Bowman, okay, for the purposes of my questions.
Just for clarification, I'm Dr. Swanner, and I understand what you're referring to.
All right. So, Dr. Swanner, what did I call you? Dr. Ross.
You called me Dr. Ralston.
All right, Dr. Swanner. Dr. Swanner, I'm specifically referring to the reports created by Leslie Bowman, okay?
Okay?
And those were the questions asked you by Mr. Zion in reference to that report that we were discussing, that you discussed during your direct, okay? By Leslie Bowman. Now, having said that, if the parameters for the December 5th report was expired patients ordered by Dr. Husel to patient's discharge date and time for 500 mics of fentanyl or greater IV push. So those are the parameters of that search. Do you understand?
Yes?
If, in fact, a patient by the name of Tracy Young received 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl
Let's finish the question.
and went on to live another 9 days after the fentanyl had left her system, would that have shown up in that report under those parameters?
Sustained, rephrase. Disregard the question, ladies and gentlemen.
If, in fact, a dose of 2,500 micrograms came up, was in the Mount-Carmel medical record system, that would have shown up on that report, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And that was December 5th, 2018, right? That report date?
Yes?
And that's the same date that Mount Carmel took this case to the state attorney's office in order to prosecute Dr. Husel, right?
Yes.
Now, sir, you mentioned in your direct examination about Trinity Health being the parent company of Mount Carmel. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes?
Now, Trinity Health is in charge of 88 different hospitals across the country. Isn't that correct?
That could be. I don't remember the actual number.
And this is a $20 billion corporation, is it not?
Yes?
Having said that, sir, at this point, you mentioned that at some point there was an external peer review. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes?
There at a specific time was a review done by someone external to Mount Carmel by the name of Dr. Toka Bradley. Do you recall that?
Yes?
And Ms. Toka Bradley, when she conducted this review of some of the patients as you described, let me strike that. Ms. Toka Bradley reviewed, her initial review was that of 5 patients, right?
I don't recall the specific number.
Okay. But you know it was a handful of cases, right?
That's correct.
You also know that she didn't have access to the medical records, right?
Your Honor, as to what Taco
Objection
Bradley knew or
sustained.
Well, as far as you're concerned in relation to that review, or as far as you're aware, sir, that Dr. Toka Bradley did not have
Objection.
access to the medical
Taco
records.
Bradley had access to or what her knowledge was.
Okay,
He's aware.
sustained. Okay.
I can't understand the objection when you're voting.
Okay, Mr. Zion, it's a speculation as to what she may know, okay, and I sustained it. You two-parted it.
Can I ask him if he's aware? Dr. Swanner, are you aware that Dr. Toka Bradley did not have access to the medical records when doing this review?
Objection.
No.
Permit the question.
So you're not aware?
He just testified to that.
I'm transitioning, Judge. So you're not, this was done just a couple of days before going to the police, correct?
I was informed of it on the 4th of December. I'm not sure when it was actually done.
Okay. Now, sir, you mentioned that that you were part of that meeting with the prosecutors, the very first meeting?
Yes.
And you
Yes.
mentioned that you were present.
I think he jumped in there in the middle of your thing. What did you say, doctor?
I said, what did I say regarding what,
You
Judge?
said yes, and then you said something else. That you were present at the meeting. Didn't you say something else?
Oh. No, I just said yes.
Okay.
You mentioned in your direct testimony that Sean McGibbon was there, correct?
That's correct.
And that's another Mount Carmel administrator.
That's correct.
And you said, I believe general counsel was there as well. You recall saying that?
Yes.
You didn't mention that there was a criminal defense lawyer present, right?
That's correct.
And this criminal defense lawyer represented Mount Carmel, is he not?
Yes.
And this criminal defense lawyer was retained to set up the meeting, was he not?
Objection as to why the criminal defense counsel was retained.
If he knows. Do you
I
know
was
why he was
told that
retained?
he arranged,
Okay.
I was told he arranged the meeting.
Were you aware that he worked for that office for 14 years?
At some point, I was made aware of that.
Okay.
I don't remember if I knew that at the time of the meeting or later.
Was there one criminal defense lawyer at this meeting or two?
I only recall the one.
Okay, and would that be Mr. Greg Peterson?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson became the liaison between Mount Carmel and the prosecutor's office, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then, at that point, there was a project, or an operation, I guess is the best I can describe, called Project Lighthouse. Are you aware of that operation, sir?
You asked him that a bit ago.
I've asked him about the reports.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was aware of the name Project Lighthouse that was assigned to everything to do with these cases and the issues around them. It wasn't necessarily an operation or a project. It was this particular set of issues,
Well,
as it was explained to me.
sir, as a hospital administrator, you're aware that sometimes operations are given titles like the one of Project Lighthouse so that certain documents could be kept confidential within the attorney-client privilege, right?
Yes?
Okay.
Yes.
And Project Lighthouse was one of those such operations, was it not?
Yes.
Now, sir, as part of Project Lighthouse, Trinity had employed a crisis management group by the name of Jared, did it not?
What was the name again?
Jared. Does that name sound familiar to you?
It does not.
You testified under direct examination that you had external, I'm trying to look at the way you described it, external consultants.
Yes?
And this was in the area of communications, was it not?
Yes?
And these external experts created a thing called a playbook in terms of what the message would be to the media. Did it not?
I believe so.
And in there, as you described in your direct examination, you said you attended several meetings as to what should be communicated and how. Did you not?
Yes?
And one of those ways of how things should be communicated, there were discussions and topics that were passed around amongst the executives or high-level executives as to what the message should be, right?
Yes.
And that message, sir, was who would be the villain, who would be the victim, and who would be the vindicator. Do you recall that, sir?
I recall hearing about that.
Okay. And the villain was to be, it was decided that the villain was to be Dr. William Husel, as well as the nurses and pharmacists, excluding the ones excluding the pharmacists who reported the incident and excluding the nurses who had preceptors. Isn't that a fact, sir?
I don't recall those details.
You do recall, sir, the detail of making Dr. William Husel a villain in the media, do you not?
I recall the decisions made that when identifying what the issues were that Dr. Husel had prescribed excess doses of these medications.
Objection, Your Honor. He should be allowed to answer the question.
Let him finish his answer.
Really called for a yes or no.
No, it didn't, but go ahead, doctor, finish your answer.
I recall the message being that Dr. Husel had ordered and prescribed excessive doses of these medications that may have led to premature death of certain patients. I don't recall anyone saying to me, we are identifying him as a villain, per se.
Sir, I sent to your attorney an attachment with defendant's exhibit MCD6. I would ask him to hand that to you right now. It's a document titled High-Level Questions for Decisions, and the version is December 18, 2018 at 5:30 p.m. Can you please retrieve that, sir?
Let's see the doc.
We're looking for it.
These were not stamped. Can you provide a more descriptive summary of the document?
The question is, can there be a more descriptive summary of the document?
Sure, if I could have a moment.
I'm taking a look, doc. Have some patience.
Okay.
These were not pre-stamped, the versions you stated.
Mr. Zion, any objection?
I do object, Your Honor.
It's not his. Let's see where it goes.
Okay, I'll try and describe it a little bit better. It was in the first email, attachment 1.
Stop. I thought you looked at a document.
He has not.
I think we've found the document.
I'd like for you to
Look at it,
review.
doc.
I'm sorry?
Review the document so we can see if it helps you for whatever purpose here.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Get into it.
All right, sir. You've reviewed the first question.
Okay, lay your foundation
Yes.
first.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what the high-level questions for decision
Objection,
were?
Your Honor.
No, you don't have a foundation question yet. Lay your foundation.
Sure. Sir, is that, you looked it over, you understand it?
Yes, I understand it.
Okay. Now, sir,
Okay, well, you still got a foundation to lay.
I'm about to ask. Sir, does that refresh your recollection as to who was to be made the villain?
Objection, Your Honor.
Vindicator?
Sustain,
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
sustain.
We approach because
Yeah.
I'm a little lost on what you're...
Ladies and gentlemen, take yourself busy. You guys hold up okay? We're about 45 minutes till break.
And David, if you want to have
What, I think identified it?
Ready, Sam? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Baez.
Thank you. Dr. Swanner, after having reviewed that document, does that refresh your recollection as to who is to be made the victim, villain, and vindicator?
Well, it vaguely refreshes my memory because I vaguely now remember some conversations about this.
And let me
As it
ask you-
says on the front,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You were saying?
on the front, it does in quotes indicate the villain and several choices of who that should be identified as.
Did you ever?
I'm not sure if,
Okay, we're good.
Sure.
Next question.
Did you ever, sir, confront the communications people and say, this is wrong. I will not participate in making someone a villain?
no, because that particular communications consultant, I think, was replaced by someone else before this became active.
Okay. Let me ask you this, sir. Eventually, you were asked to participate in making some videos. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And these were videos that were to be distributed to both internal employees as well as to the public in Columbus, Ohio, correct?
Yes.
And part of this playbook, these videos were part of this playbook, was it not?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Now, you didn't write or direct these videos, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to Defendant's Exhibit MCD 8. Can you take a look at that?
Okay.
Please describe the title of the
Yeah,
document.
could you describe the title of the document?
Sure.
These that we have evidently are not labeled.
Sure. It's attachment 3 of the email I sent. The document title is External Messaging Version, December 18, 2018, 10:48 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Okay.
Actually, that's not the one I wanted to draw your attention to. I apologize, sir. I'm referring to number 5, attachment 5, external version of December 27, 2018, 5:15 p.m. Do you see that, sir?
Okay. Yes.
For the record is MCD 10. Now,
Yes.
you recognize this as a Mount Carmel document?
Yes.
And you also recognize this as the script that was given to you and Mr. Lamb, the president of Mount Carmel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
this, in fact, is a script that you read and created a video for, correct?
That's correct.
Judge, I'd like to publish it.
Any objection?
Let me get a cleaner version. Oh, go ahead. It's this one. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, before we bring that up, let me ask you this. You didn't write this?
No.
And you mentioned during direct examination that you got media training from these consultants?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. But this was more of a acting job, right?
Yes.
And you had to read a script from a teleprompter?
Not until I did this.
This is the first time you've ever had to read from a teleprompter, right?
That's correct.
I notice you have a background in pharmacy. You don't have one in acting, do you?
No.
Okay. And on this script, I'd like to go ahead and show it to you. I'd like to draw your attention to this portion right here, where it says, during the 5 years he worked here, this former employee ordered fatal doses of pain medication. Do you see that? You can take it down.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Take that down. Now, sir, this was the message on 12/27/18 that you read on behalf of Mount Carmel with also the president, Mr. Ed Lamb, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned Katie Barga had brought these complaints originally to your attention, and she is the patient safety risk officer, right?
That's correct.
And she was in charge of the internal investigation for the root cause analysis, correct?
Yes.
And that was started, well, I should say, that was completed on the 5th of January, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'll get the time. Give me a second, I'll find. Does that date sound about right?
It sounds about right, yes.
Okay. Subsequent, aside from doing many takes of these videos, you had to do a few. You didn't get it the first time, right?
I'm sorry, I have a hard time hearing you when you move away.
Sure.
From the podium.
Aside from doing several takes of this video, you had to do several takes. You didn't get it right the first time, right?
That's correct.
You also had multiple versions or different videos that you made, right?
I did make more than one video.
Right. That was my question. Sir, after the root cause analysis was done on January 5th, you did a new video on the 12th. Is that correct?
I don't remember the dates. That could be correct.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to attachment 4, and that's, for the record, Defendant's Exhibit MCD 9. And it says external messaging important for statement, version January 12, 2019, 12:30 p.m.
Okay.
Sir, you recognize this as a Mount Carmel document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this was in fact the script you were given to read?
I believe. Yes.
And do you have any?
Which one is it? Is this the one? I don't see it.
MCD 9.
I don't see this. Are you referring to the base number? I don't have that. You guys can get us labeled stuff.
The one dated 1/12/19.
You got several dated 1/12/19. Is this the one you're referring to? At 12:30 p.m. Eastern time? Email?
Yeah.
Where's the script? Oh, it's down here. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. May I publish, Judge? I don't believe you have
Objection?
No objection.
Now, sir, after the root cause, we already talked about your first, I want to bring you into the timeline of events here. I showed you previously the one you did in December, the video you made in December. You recall that, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you don't have an issue with the January 5th being the date that the root cause analysis was complete, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then this version was subsequent to that, which would be January 12th, 2019, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to draw your attention to the end of paragraph 2, where it says, it is possible The extra medication wrongly shortened many of their lives. Do you see that? The very last sentence.
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about the script.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in a minute. But do you see that there?
Yes,
Okay. That was the message sent out to the media, correct?
yes.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Now let's go look at the script. I want to direct your attention now to, scroll up, please. Keep going down. Down, I guess. Down. Keep going, down. Just bring that whole page up, the next page. Okay. All right. Now, no, I'm sorry, go back to the next page. I want this part here. A little more, down.
It's going to catch up.
Keep going down. I want to basically look at here and draw your attention to where there's numerous edits here. Do you see where failed to report the excessive doses in a timely manner as they were required to do so was taken out?
Yes,
And then the next paragraph where it says it's possible the extra medication shortened many or shortened some of their lives. Do you see that?
yes,
The word likely is scratched out, correct?
yes,
And the word many is also scratched out, correct?
yes,
And then go back down to this section here.
It's coming.
Scroll down. Yeah. The very last sentence on this page here. The doses often is scratched out and says potentially fatal, right?
yes,
You can take it down. So, in December, your message to the public, sir, as directed by Mount Carmel, were that these were fatal doses. Remember reading that from the script?
yes,
And
yes,
then, after the root cause analysis comes out, it's now possible that the extra medication wrongly shortened many of their lives. You read that, correct?
correct.
And instead of often, these doses were often, it was changed to these doses were potentially fatal, correct?
Yes,
Now, you were still meeting with law enforcement and the prosecutor's office when you made this video, were you not?
I don't recall if I was still personally meeting. I was not meeting with the prosecutor's office at that point. I don't recall if I was meeting with detectives.
Did you ever pick up the phone and call either the police or the prosecutors and tell them about the results of your root cause analysis?
No,
Did you ever pick up the phone and call the prosecutors or the police and tell them, we think that these doses were potentially fatal?
no,
Did you ever pick up the phone and tell the prosecutors or the police that it's possible these medications shorten their lives?
no,
Sir, some of the other discussions that were had, the internal discussions from Project Lighthouse and the playbook, also raised the question as to whether you should self-report to the Department of Justice. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, someone coughed. I didn't hear what you said after.
Sorry, I want to look at you. It's kind of hard sideways. Some of the questions, or one of the questions raised during Project Lighthouse's playbook was that whether or not Mount Carmel should self-report to the Department of Justice. Isn't that a fact, sir?
I don't remember those discussions.
If I show you, well, if I show you a document, an internal document from Project Lighthouse revolving these questions or asking these questions, would that refresh your recollection?
I'm happy to look at them. I don't know.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to Attachment 8, Defendants, for the record, Defendants Exhibit MCD 13, and it's titled Privileged and Confidential Draft FAQs Updated 12/29/18.
That was enough. You directed him accordingly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
On
page 10, if I can direct your attention to...
No. You asked if he could refresh his memory.
I'm just going to tell him where to look, that's it.
Well, he has the right to look at the document to see if it refreshes his memory.
Okay.
Now, sir, as it relates to...
Okay, hold on. Doctor, does that refresh your memory?
No, I don't recall seeing this document ever before.
Okay. In light of that, let me ask you this. Did you ever self-report to the Department of Justice that controlled substances were not, well, that there was an issue with controlled substances at the pharmacy?
Me personally?
Yes, you.
No.
Were you ever part of any discussions with other executives at Mount Carmel surrounding the decision as to whether you should self-report to the Department of Justice?
I don't recall any meetings where that was discussed.
Sir, as a hospital administrator, you're aware that entities such as Mount Carmel have been held criminally liable by the Department of Justice for failure to control controlled substances? Are you not?
Yes. Yes.
And you're aware that this is a serious crime, are you not?
Yes.
And you're also aware that you, as one of the executives, could also be held criminally liable.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware as to whether that was the reason Mount Carmel hired 2 criminal defense lawyers?
No, it was not explained to me the rationale behind it.
Now, sir, you talked about some of the external messages. Well, no, let me rephrase that. You talked about how in your direct examination, you talked about making phone calls to the family members. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were also given a script for those specific calls, were you not?
Yes.
Sir, you're aware that executives if I can have just a second, I want to make sure I get the right date. Were you aware of a meeting on December 17th, 2018 with Trinity Health CCO, Mount Carmel's General Counsel, Criminal Defense Counsel, Vice President of Strategy and Planning, meeting with the prosecutors?
No.
Nobody told you about it?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and I'm specifically referring December 17, 2018.
I don't recall hearing about that.
Okay. Is there any reason, as an executive at Mount Carmel, why the Vice President of Strategy and Planning would be meeting with the prosecutor?
I'm not aware. I know the communications department reported to him, but I don't know why he was in attendance with the prosecutors. I don't know.
Based on this case, and what you know about this case, the Vice President of Strategy and Planning wouldn't be able to provide any...
Okay, you're walking away from the mic.
Wouldn't be able to provide any information to the prosecutors, isn't that correct?
Sustained.
Now, sir, the very next day, I'd like to bring your attention to one of the scripts that you had to read to the family members. And that is attachment 3, for the record, MCD 8. The title of the document is External Messaging, gives the date 12/18/18, titled Outreach to Patient Families. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
If there's any objection. You recognize this as a Mount Carmel document?
Yes, I do.
You see it as one of the scripts that you were given to read to the family members?
Yes.
Okay.
This isn't actually a script as much as it's a guideline, I think.
Well, keep looking.
Okay, let's relax. Let's look at the doc.
Okay.
Okay. Unless there's any objection, I'd like to publish.
Any objection? Okay.
Let's go. Now, in this document, two scenarios are discussed, correct?
Yes.
And scenario number 1 is detective is the first point of contact in relation to the families being interviewed, correct?
Yes.
And it lists here the detectives will be the first point of contact. In this scenario, the detectives will be the first point of contact with the family as part of their investigation. And it says, the detective will use the talking points below regarding Mount Carmel. Do you see that?
Yes.
And will offer a card and a dedicated phone number that they can call. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it lists the talking points for the detective, right?
Yes.
Okay. The detectives work for Mount Carmel? As far as you know? I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. Let's scroll down. Keep going down. Let's go to scenario number 2 is Mount Carmel is the first point of contact because family is not part of the investigation. Do you see that?
Yes?
It lists that the family is not part of the investigation there, correct?
Yes?
If in fact Mount Carmel under scenario 2 is the first point of contact, correct?
Yes?
And in there it lists all of the talking points by the initial outreach identified by you, correct?
They asked me to talk to and pick appropriate physicians from the medical staff to be involved with this messaging and to get their permission and agreement to work with us on that. So that's what my job was ahead of time.
Okay, but you testified on direct, you made these calls, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it was determined that scenario 2 would be the way things played out, correct?
Yes. Yes, okay.
So Mount Carmel had the first opportunity to speak to the witnesses in these murder cases, correct?
I don't think we had the first opportunity. I think the detectives may have. I was told that Columbus Police had signed off on us calling these people. So, for whatever that means.
Let me, all right, so for whatever it means, sir, it ultimately resulted in Mount Carmel reaching out to the families 1 month before the detectives ever spoke to a single family member. Isn't that correct, sir?
Objection as to what his knowledge is regarding what the detectives.
I would object to the speaking objection suggesting an
Okay,
answer.
both of you, stop. Overruling the objection, can you answer the question? You remember what the question was?
I don't know. I do know what the question is, but I don't know when the detectives had the opportunity or did go speak to the families. So I don't know if this was before that or what.
Well, I know you can't testify as to what the detectives did, so let me ask it this way. You reported this to the police December 5th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
December 7th, detectives were talking to Mount Carmel employees, correct?
That's correct.
Employees you never spoke to during your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't start making these calls until after Christmas, which is specifically December 27th, 2018, correct?
Correct, I believe. I don't remember the exact date, but that sounds about right.
And given those dates, it stands to reason, sir, that the detectives had the opportunity to speak with them from December 5th all the way until December 27th, but did not, correct?
Objection once again.
He knows he was the first.
Okay, I'll permit the answer. Do you know the answer?
Could you repeat the question again, please?
December 5th, you guys go to the police, right?
Yes.
December 27th, you start notifying the families, right?
Correct.
They're already interviewing people on the 7th, correct?
Yes.
So they could have interviewed these family members and these witnesses all throughout that month of December, couldn't they have?
Yes.
But as far as you know, because that, well, let me rephrase that, but as far as you know, they did not.
That's correct.
And this is after meetings with you, criminal defense counsel, and the prosecutors, right?
Yes.
As well as a meeting with the vice president of strategy and planning from Mount Carmel, correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, I'm just about wrapping up. Now, you testified on direct examination that Mount Carmel wanted to be transparent, right?
Yes.
You never told any media members about these conversations about making Dr. Husel a villain, did you, sir?
Okay.
No, I never did speak to the media myself.
Okay. Now, sir, you also weren't allowed to tell them who the doctor was, correct?
That's correct.
And you also weren't allowed to give them any more information that was listed in your script, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there was a plan laid out in the event that the families wanted to meet with members of the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there was a separate plan if the meetings, if any of the patient's families showed up with lawyers. Isn't that correct?
I believe there was.
Okay. So Mount Carmel and their playbook anticipated that patients would probably get lawyers, right?
I think they anticipated that that was a possibility.
If I could have just one moment, Judge, I want to see if I have anything else. Sir, you were talking about the transparency with the families that you wanted to, that Mount Carmel wanted to have. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You never, or Mount, as far as you're aware, Mount Carmel never disclosed the root cause analysis to the patient families, did they?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And as far as you know, I'll strike that question. Let me ask you this now. You said that you were placed on leave on January 25th. You were placed on administrative leave. Do you recall testifying about that?
Yes. Yes.
And you were told when you were placed on leave, sir, that, or let me rephrase that. It was your understanding that the reason you were being placed on leave was because Mount Carmel wanted to appear as if they were conducting a neutral investigation. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's not the way it was presented to me.
Give me a second, sir. I want to make sure I get something. Let me rephrase that. It's your understanding, sir, that they wanted to avoid any impression that there was any lack of objectivity in the investigation. Isn't that correct?
To be honest, I was not presented with anything that had to do with observation or impressions.
Sir, do you recall giving a deposition under oath in a matter dated September 9, 2020, in a matter that involved Mount Carmel Health System and one of the families?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you had an attorney present representing you?
Yes.
And at that time, you were under oath?
Yes.
Much closer in time to the incidents than today?
Yes.
Fair to say your memory would have been better at that time?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay. Do you remember, sir, stating, I was told that several people, as I said, executives and leaders, were being placed on leave while this investigation occurred so that it would avoid any impression that there was a lack of objectivity in the investigation? Do you recall making that statement, sir?
Yes, I do.
Now, sir, you were then fired on September 11, 2019, right?
No, I was terminated on July 11th.
I'm sorry, July 11, 2019. You were fired, right?
Yes, yes.
And no one came and spoke to you. Well, let me rephrase that. And you weren't given a reason as to why you were fired, right?
That's correct.
And no one came and spoke to you at any time between January and July to allow you to give your version of why you should still be employed, right?
That's correct.
Just like they did with Dr. Husel, right?
No, I believe there was a difference.
Okay. The difference is you spoke to Dr. Husel, correct?
I did.
That's the only, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You said yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was, of course, 2 days before his privileges were renewed, right?
Okay, asked and answered. Let's move on.
Now, sir, subsequent to being fired, you were fired by Ed Lamb, right?
Yes.
And the three people above you, well, subsequent to you being fired, you tried to obtain new employment, did you not?
I did, yes.
And you asked the three people who you worked for above you at Mount Carmel to endorse you on LinkedIn, did you not?
That's correct.
And they gave you glowing recommendations, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Despite the fact that they fired you.
Yes.
And subsequent to all of that, you have now retired. Isn't that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And you blame Dr. Husel for being forced into retirement, don't you, sir?
I blame several factors. Being terminated, COVID, my age. I think what occurred around Dr. Husel and his behavior also contributed to that.
So, sir, they knew your age when they fired you?
Pardon me?
They knew, Mount Carmel knew your age when they fired you?
Yes.
Okay. And have you initiated a lawsuit for age discrimination against Mount Carmel?
Sustained.
You eventually negotiated a settlement agreement, did you not?
Sustained.
No further questions.
Okay, we'll go into recess. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful break, 15 minutes. We'll get started back. I didn't think you could do it in 3 minutes.
You asked all right. Needs a little more time.
Okay, do you need more time than 15 minutes?
15 minutes will be fine. I appreciate the timing,
Okay.
Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great break.
Baez, I'm sorry, do you have your exhibits up there? I meant to ask you to leave those up there.
What is it to me?
All of them, please? All the ones that you showed the witness or referred to.
That's when you get 14 boxes of crap.
Just the ones you showed.
Don't ask you, make it what you ask for.
Words matter.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Oh, these I think are your notes.
No, those are mine.
Oh, well. I keep leaving like notes and stuff around and trying to give them back over there.
I'm using colored paper
All right,
to
sorry.
make sure that,
That's a really good idea. Actually, no, it's the colored paper yesterday, and I'm sure there's a reason for that.
yes. Do you want to keep it or?
No, keep that back.
You want it back?
I like that jacket.
There you go.
That's why you broke the color barrier.
Yeah. I was admiring Diane's jacket. Very pretty. I'll tell you what.
Oh, isn't this wonderful fashion sharing? I hit comfort level.
Darcy told me I should wear my sparkly shoes.
I remember I used to have a court reporter that shoes were the key. Loretta? She always had wild shoes.
These are more on tennis shoes, though. Probably easy to find.
I was never one for open-toed shoes in the courtroom. And beginning of the end. I just don't think it's very professional, but I realize that fashion tolerances have changed.
That's what I told Darcy when I first started reporting. I never.
We ready, Judge?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all rise. Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want to take a second. I had something come up with another judge. That's why we're delayed here. It's not these guys, okay? We each have about 600 cases on our docket. We're the busiest state, we're the busiest court in the state for what we do. Cleveland has the same number of cases, but they have 36 judges, we have 17. So we're generally busy, and it involved another murder trial that you'll see my ugly face later this summer on. But that's beside the point. So we had to deal with something. So I apologize for the delay. Mr. Zion, are you ready to read? Doctor, you're still under oath?
I'm here.
Mr. Zion?
Thank you. Doctor, I'd like to start my redirect where Mr. Baez started his cross-examination. Did you receive a subpoena to testify in this matter?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you communicate health problems you were having?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel comfortable in general terms talking about those health problems and how they might affect your ability to testify?
Yes.
Do you recall the parties?
Objection.
Are you willing to stipulate what you guys agreed to?
Yes, if it's complete and accurate, absolutely.
Do you recall the parties responding? What would be, out of these three options, the best?
I'll permit the question so far.
He was not present during the
Okay.
conversation.
Let's do it this way. Doctor, did you give us three options about testifying?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was relayed to who? The state? To the defense?
No, that was relayed to my attorney.
Okay. And you don't know what your attorney did after that?
He told me he contacted the concerned parties in the court. I'm not sure if that was
Okay, that's
prosecution
enough.
and defense.
Well, you're speculating now. Help me out here. Okay. So, but these
you
were
bet.
your preferred conditions on testifying.
These conditions today?
Well, of the three, this was more comfortable
Yes.
for you because of your injuries and needing to stretch out and various other reasons.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have a sick room there that you can go lie down on the breaks?
Objection, Judge. I think the court cleared this up. I don't know.
I'll permit it.
There is a conference room next door that is accommodating me by having space and a table available for me to lay on to stretch out my back when necessary.
All right. And are you scheduled, or do you have a potential surgery coming up for that injury?
I've been through a lot of conservative treatments that have not really helped. I'm scheduled to see my orthopedic surgeon this Friday, at which point I am anticipating we will schedule surgery.
Is your appearance here today via video link in any way concerned with Mr. Baez's cross-examination of you? He asked that directly.
He did. I'll permit it.
No.
All right. Let's get to the meat of this.
Objection, Judge.
That's the narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, you disregard the narrative.
Recall 20F is what we've called it. Do you have that email from November 19th in front of you? I don't have it up on the screen. I can put it up on this if you want.
I have to look for it. I've had a lot of documents laid in front of me today. Let me find it. Email from 12/19. 11/19 or 12/19?
11/19.
November 19th.
I don't think we ever received a copy of that.
All right. It was shown to you by both parties. Mr. Baez talked about what Dina says on that. Could I use this, Judge, to show him?
Any objection?
No objection.
You'll go blank for a second. Looking at 20F, what Dina said on that. If you could transfer it over, Judge.
It's already there.
No, you got to like blank him out and go to the overhead.
That's not how I was explained to me. David, do you know? Paul was over there having secretive. Black it out. We'll run it again.
I don't know how to use.
You're assuming that it's going to work. This pad up here is, excuse the expression, stunk the whole trial. David, you may have to hit cart front location and to all, because it's not reacting to me at all. On the pad, it should be presentation, video conference, cart front, to all.
And those are all highlighted.
Okay, hit black out,
Black all?
black off, and then go back to cart front and to all. Seems like a Paul moment here. Okay.
We can't get it, Judge.
Let me do something with the jury here real quick. Government things, we're probably one of the best technology courtrooms in the United States, okay? This was from our preceding vendor. It was their solution to upgrading life. and it's not been the most conducive. We actually went to a different vendor, okay? But they haven't had time to remove this, I'll leave it at that, as this, okay? So we're bearing with it. So we're going to get Paul.
We can move on, Judge. I think we've
Why
got
don't
a
you do
solution.
something else and we can come back to it if you wish.
I do.
We agreed on something, so
Okay?
we can move forward.
Okay, so we'll take off. Doc, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. So by stipulation of the parties, 20F, the part referring to Dina, the part that Mr. Baez, you agree you showed him that? By stipulation, it says, see back up?
Paul? Help me. It's private. We're vulnerable.
We're trying to,
We went to try to put the dock up on the screen. It hit private and wouldn't adjust. I totally get out of the picture because this one's been the problem up here. David tried to implement it over there. There's the charming judge. There's the charming courtroom. And there's the charming private.
we've lost, are you still on Zoom?
Ladies and gentlemen, don't draw any inference from those.
We lost,
We lost the doc.
lost the dog.
Doc, are you there?
I think I'm back. I'm back.
He's on my screen, Judge. The Zoom link's still open.
I see him on this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we see you. We just don't have you on the big screen yet. Ah, that's the solution. Scratch one screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand, I may kid with you at times. This is very serious, and it's due the respect. But sometimes it helps when things don't go right to have a little smile put on our faces. So bear with me on that. Now we've lost everything. There's the doc back. Okay, I still got private on the screen. Uh-oh, he's going into the closet. The control center's back there, guys, okay? That's it. We'll do Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Are we on the record?
Yeah, we can go off the record. Did you get all that wonderful humor for the Court of Appeals?
Paul went to the,
Patience, Doc. We'll be there in a second.
That's fine.
Is it on that screen there, the doc?
He's on my computer, Judge. He's not on.
I understand. It's on the screen on the docket thing now.
We could just share the Zoom link to Joe's.
Yeah, they got all their computers up there to join with us on their phones. Yeah, that's all I need. It'll send the system into an overload. And Paul's actually the best. I know. There we are. Yay! Thank you, Paul. Okay, so we don't have to worry about a doc for now.
state your mind.
Take a minute, join us for a minute and help us. Mr. Zion.
Thank you. By stipulation of the parties, 320F, the part shown to you by Mr. Baez. Dina, I wanted to copy you as well, since pharmacy is concerned that the nursing staff is overriding Pyxis to obtain and administer these medications. I will keep you updated on the progress and send you an optional invitation to this meeting. Thank you. I agree that's what that says. Do you recall that being shown to you in your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall the question of Mr. Baez? Sounds like there's a problem in pharmacy. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
In fact, doesn't it sound like there's a problem in nursing staff?
Yes, it did.
All right. Mr. Baez asked you about diversion, also known as just stealing drugs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you if somebody can lower that blind behind you there. Diversion.
You're shining.
Was there any evidence of diversion in this case that you found?
No, it was discussed and considered, but there was no evidence of that.
All right.
Doctor, can they close that blind behind you?
We're doing it as you speak, Judge.
I mean, you look very angelic up there, but
I think that may be the first time anyone's ever said that.
well, it's the first time you testify with a blind in the background, or the sun, actually.
True. I'm gonna.
There we go.
That's all right.
That's all right. Okay, Mr. Zion.
There was questions about what action you took initially with Dr. Husel. Do you recall testifying on direct? You took him off the schedule.
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Baez characterizing that as putting him on leave?
Yes.
Are those two things the same thing?
I don't know. I've never really seen a definition of on leave and how it would compare to being off the schedule.
Well, you were placed on leave.
Yes.
You were told to go home and not come back, right?
Yes.
Is that the same thing you did officially with Dr. Husel after your in December with your initial actions with him?
I believe it was.
All right. Do you recall the question? Equally trained doctors and equally experienced doctors can have different opinions, correct?
Yes.
Let's run through the doctors and experience they have, if you know, of the people you talk to about the dosing habits of Dr. William Husel in the nighttime ICU regarding ventilative withdrawals.
Objection.
Okay, we're going to have a sidebar on this one because I know where it's going. So, ladies and gentlemen, get to know each other some more. You guys, I know you guys have gotten possessory about your spots, but you might want to switch up, get to meet somebody new. Just a thought. No one's going to give up their spot. I already know that, right? Sorry, Mr. Mr. Zion.
Let's talk about the doctors that you talked to in your investigation of Dr. Husel's dosing habits during palliative extubation in the nighttime ICU. Do you recall, who was the first doctor you talked to? In
Dr. Gina
November.
Moody.
Who?
Dr. Gina Moody?
Okay. I know she was the first person you talked to about this. Did you talk to her particularly about these doses?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Objection.
I'll permit it.
All right. So after your conversation with Dr. Moody, were your concerns ameliorated?
No.
All right. Who was the next doctor you talked to?
Dr. Anthony Dominic?
And remind the jury what Dr. Anthony Dominic does for a living.
He is an anesthesiologist.
And what is his role at Mount Carmel?
In addition to practicing anesthesiology, he is the chairman of the Department of Anesthesiology.
And after speaking with Dr. Dominic, were your concerns ameliorated?
Objection. He's not a critical care /
Okay, you've made your record on it. I'll note the objection overruled.
No, they were not.
Who was the next doctor you talked to?
Dr. David Ralston?
And remind the jury what Dr. David Ralston does at Mount Carmel.
He's a critical care physician who also served as the medical director of the ICU.
And after your conversation with Dr. David Ralston, were your concerns about the dosing habits of William Husel during palliative extubations in the night at the ICU, were your concerns thereafter ameliorated?
Objection.
I note the objection overruled.
No.
You had a second, did you have a second conversation thereafter with Dr. Dominic again?
Objection.
I did.
Okay, overruled.
Yes.
About the dosing habits of William Husel during palliative extubations?
Yes.
Did your investigation stop because you were now satisfied there were no concerns?
No.
Who did you talk to next?
Dr. Santa Emma?
And remind the jury what Dr. Santa Emma does at Mount Carmel.
He's the medical director of the palliative care department.
And after your conversation with Dr. Santa Emma about the dosing habits of William Husel during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU, were your concerns addressed and your investigation stopped?
No.
To your knowledge, was Gina Moody had only been a doctor for 5 years?
Objection, Judge.
I don't believe so.
Okay, stop.
I'm sorry.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Rephrase the question.
Do you know how long Gina Moody had been a doctor?
I don't remember currently.
Was she a brand new doctor at Mount Carmel?
Objection.
No.
Let's put it in a time frame.
Had she practiced more than 5 years?
No. At what point in time are you asking for? Are you asking in 2018?
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, in 2018.
She was not new at that point, no.
What about Dr. Ralston?
No.
What
He was
about-
not new then either.
What about Dr. Dominic?
No, he was not new then either.
What about Dr. Santa Emma?
No.
And I believe you testified that this was in fact Mr. or Dr. William Husel's first job.
Leading,
It is leading, sustained.
Was this Dr. William Husel's first job out of medical school, out of training?
Yes.
Mr. Baez asked how many times you talked to the prosecutor. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
You recall him asking, have I ever spoken to you?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has Mr. Baez ever asked to speak with you?
objection to
Sustained. Let's.
All right. There was quite a bit of talk about...
Let's stop for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we were going through voir dire. Mr. Baez doesn't have to do anything. He's got no burden here. The burden's on the state of Ohio. So any reference there is improper. He doesn't have an obligation to do anything.
I wasn't trying to imply he did, Judge.
Well, it gave the appearance that, and I just wanted to avoid that potential problem. The burden is on the state of Ohio, not on the defense.
100%. But I think there was an implication that he couldn't talk to him, and was my only point.
Well, that infers that he would have to.
Well, then I apologize, and it wasn't improper if that was the inference. I apologize. The burden is on the state 100%. May I move on?
You may.
Greg Peterson, premier criminal defense attorney in Columbus, Ohio, I think is how Mr. Baez described him. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Did you hire Greg Peterson?
Personally, no.
Did the hospital hire Greg Peterson, to your knowledge?
I'm not sure who hired him.
Was he hired by the hospital at some point?
Or the health system, I believe.
Okay, that's what I meant, by the corporation, whoever. So, are you aware that Mr. Peterson also works in the area of health?
leading,
Yeah, let's rephrase.
Are you aware of other areas of law that Mr. Peterson works in?
No, I am not.
All right. Let's talk about the villain document. Do you recall that document?
I'm sorry, the billing document?
Villain. Villain. Bad guy. V-I-L-L-I-I-N.
Villain.
Villain.
Yes, I do.
Is that
Yes,
in
I
front
do.
of you?
Excuse me?
Is that in front of you?
Yes, it is.
All right. Does that appear to be a Mount Carmel document on letterhead or otherwise indicated to be a document from Mount Carmel?
It does not have letterhead.
Does it have
has
any
no
indications
reference.
that it is from Mount Carmel, an internal Mount Carmel document?
No, it does not.
All right.
objection, Judge. May we approach?
Yes, we may. Guys, I'll talk to you in a minute. David? Is he run out of things to talk to you about? David, you got to get more interesting. I won't let him juggle for you, so that's out of the routine, guys.
Cincinnati chocolate in it. Oh, Skyline.
You know that wasn't a question. I should have done that with you. Don't get consenting. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Zahn, do you want us to repeat the last question, or do you know what it was?
Let's repeat it.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, Judge, I'd like to repeat.
Evidently, you have somebody speaking for you. Okay? So, Mr. Baez, you would
I
like to repeat it?
apologize.
Call the balls and strikes. So I don't.
Repeat the question then, Madam Court Reporter.
Actually, Judge, I think there was a clarification.
There is, but I was trying to get us back to where we were before, and you wanted me to repeat the question. So I'm going to give you that what you asked for.
Question doesn't have any indication that it is from Mount Carmel in an internal Mount Carmel document. Answer no, it doesn't.
Okay. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, and with the court's permission, just to summarize this and to move on in a leading way. So, Dr. Swanner, does that fact that it doesn't have Mount Carmel things on it corroborate your memory?
Object to corroborate.
Well, that was the point.
Okay. I'll permit that part of it. I haven't heard. Why don't you finish the question?
That was from an outside consulting firm that was later not used.
Yes.
So, one more on this. It was part of Mount Carmel documents, but an outside entity prepared that, to your memory.
I believe so.
Okay. On direct and on cross, you were asked about who you reported to. Do you recall the agencies that you self-reported to?
I believe so, yes.
And can you list those again so that we can get back there? Because there was one you were asked about on cross I'd like to talk to you about.
CMS,
What's CMS?
the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services. It's the government entity that administers Medicare.
Who else?
State Board of Nursing,
Who else?
State Board of Pharmacy,
Who else?
I don't know if we reported to the Board of Medicine, but we did report to the National Practitioner Data Bank regarding Dr. Husel.
And this was all voluntary and self-reporting, meaning you did it on your own.
Well, Mount Carmel did it on their own. I didn't make any of these reports personally.
That's what I meant. As an organization, you did that.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So the Department of Justice, you recall the questions regarding the Department of Justice?
Yes.
That was in one of those media consultant game plan things? Do you recall that?
Correct. Yes.
Oh my goodness. It was on page 10 of this document. And I believe, and I'm not even going to try this jazz again. This is what you asked about, right? It's page 10. Can I just read that to him to get back to where we're at? Question. This is on page 10. Situation overview, updated 12/29/18, that document.
Okay.
Okay, you got to page 10 there?
Yes.
Q, does that stand for question?
I would assume so.
All right, and the question being, do you plan to self-report to the Department of Justice?
Yes.
What's written below that?
Following up with,
Hold on, there's an objection.
Okay.
Council objected to its being admitted, so I don't know.
Okay, well. Okay. Let's rephrase, because I know why, but let's rephrase it.
What is MCH integrity/compliance? That's just what I'm trying to get at.
Mount Carmel Health System, Department of Integrity and Compliance.
All right.
It's a part of Mount Carmel Health System.
Does this document indicate that there needed to be follow-up with that part of Mount Carmel Health Systems?
Yes.
All right. And you're not sure if the hospital self-reported to Department of Justice?
No, I don't know.
But you are sure those other 5 agencies, they did self-report to?
Yes.
Do you recall, Mr. Baez, do you recall being asked on cross-examination regarding your dismissal from Mount Carmel employment and Dr. Husel's dismissal from Mount Carmel? Do you recall
Yes.
that line of questions?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall being asked, you were treated just like Dr. Husel?
Objection, that wasn't the question.
It's not exactly the question, yes, but it's the subject matter. So let's rephrase.
Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you recall saying you actually talked to Dr. Husel prior to his being placed on leave?
Yes.
All right. And then being asked, so that's the only difference between you and Dr. Husel?
Objection. I mischaracterized.
Okay, that he knows of? Is that your question, that he knows that's the only difference?
Just directing his attention so I can ask my question, Judge. Just getting him back there.
Okay, I'll overrule it for now, but let's tie it up.
All right. The only difference between you and Dr. Husel?
Objection, Judge. Again, that mischaracterizes the question.
Overruled.
Did you give any patients 500 micrograms of fentanyl?
Objection, Judge.
He brought it up, Judge. He said that's the only
This
difference.
is the 404 issue. Okay. Sorry, guys. Business. Oh, don't roll your eyes at me. Come on. Give me a little bit of loving on this one.
I've seen the signs, I've heard, but I have not heard
soft degradation of the cafe.
One of those things for trial run.
So, but it's still quite a lot of disarray in there. The person claimed to be part of the team is getting up and running. You don't get out of that.
Hold on, wait. Wait for Mountain Court reporter. Yeah. I think she's ready. Yeah.
Referring back to the differences, the only difference between you and Dr. Husel were there other differences in your situation and your termination and Dr. Husel's termination?
Objections?
I believe so.
And what were those?
They were given a reason at all for any poor performance, expectations that were wrong, or any other reason would justify my termination, whereas
Okay, you're totally breaking up. Slow down. Doc, stop. Okay, let's let the machine refresh itself. Do you remember the question?
I do.
Okay, you can answer now because all we were getting was gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Okay, sorry about that. I was not given any specific reason of poor performance or expectations that were not met that justified my termination as an explanation at all. Whereas I know in Dr. Husel's suspension from the medical staff, there was a reason given regarding excessive, I don't remember the exact wording, but it had to do with
Then don't tell us.
prescribing.
Don't
Okay,
tell us.
I do. Okay.
Okay.
There was a reason given for his suspension, which is different than mine.
Okay. Anything else?
And did those reasons,
Objection, Judge. The court ruled on this.
Okay, I haven't heard the question yet.
and did those reasons relate to Dr. Husel's medical practices?
Same objection.
Noted. Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, doctor, for your testimony. I hope your surgery goes well if you have it. Okay, you're excused.
Thank you.
Do you have your next witness ready?
We do.
Call it.
Your Honor, the state of Ohio calls Dr. Daniel Roth to the stand.
Live witness.
What? It's a lot.
Shut down the thing, so maybe it'll work better. Black off? To the witness? Okay. Here? We're on the record?
I got it.
Why are you messing with my red dot? Okay, what do I need to do, Paul? Come up here and show me. Left hand. Yes?
Good afternoon.
It just has arrows and X. Okay? Now, Paul and I are discussing this system again, and I'm starting to grovel at him to please bring the other one here. But I know that it's an impossibility. Okay, can we bring us back up to where we were? David, go ahead and swear him.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. And if you would be so kind as to state your name for the record and spell your name, please.
My name is Dan Roth, D-A-N-R-O-T-H.
Everyone here?
Okay. Mr. Zion?
Thank you. Sir, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you do for a living?
By background, executive with the health system, Trinity Health.
All right. Well, then let's talk about your background. Where did you go to college?
I went to college at Michigan State University
And what year did you graduate?
in 1991.
Did you go to any school after Michigan State University?
I went to medical school at the University of Michigan.
And what year did you graduate medical school?
I graduated in 1995.
And so what degree did you get from medical school?
Get a medical doctorate.
Okay, so you're an MD?
I am.
All right. What, if any, training did you receive after medical school?
So after medical school, I did a residency in internal medicine, also at the University of Michigan. That lasted for 3 years.
We've heard several other doctors say they were had specialties in internal medicine. Could you describe that a little bit to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what that involves, what that typical practice might be?
So in general, internal medicine is a medical specialty that focuses on the medical problems that adults face. So it doesn't have surgical problems as an example, but more of the...
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Stop me out a bit, okay? These people are having a problem hearing them, and, you know, being from Michigan, you're used to a lot of hot air and stuff. Slow it down a little bit for us. This is Buckeye territory, sorry. I know you're probably already aware of that. But enunciate a little bit louder, because these people over here are straining to hear, okay?
Absolutely.
And you're in a bubble anyway, so it's tough. So as long as you stay towards that mic, okay, you're usually pretty good.
Okay.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Mr. Zion, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I could see these guys about ready to fall out of their chair.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to stand back here.
Hold on, just 1 second. Sorry.
I'm going to stand back here and try to talk real loud. I think that makes witnesses talk louder sometimes. So I believe you were explaining what a doctor of internal medicine does.
Yeah, so internal medicine is a specialty within healthcare for the medical problems of adults. So internists don't do surgery, by way of example, but deal with a broad range of health problems of adults. So it's also not pediatrics. It is also the ordinary basis upon which then people go on to do future or further training called a fellowship in things like cardiology or pulmonary or gastroenterology. All of those are subspecialties of internal medicine.
Did you practice as a doctor specializing in internal medicine after you obtained that specialization?
Yes, after I finished my residency and I did 1 extra year as a chief resident, I practiced internal medicine in private practice in Cincinnati, Ohio for about 8 years.
And are you board certified in internal medicine?
I am.
And are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
I am.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in any other states?
I am not.
Okay. So 8 years in Cincinnati. Was that affiliated with a hospital, or did you have a practice where people would come to your office, or both?
So I had a practice where people would come to our office. We did see our patients when they were in the hospital, so we would go, if our patients ended up in the hospital, we would see them there as well. But primarily we were in our own office and people came to see us there.
All right. You said you did that for 8 years. What years were those, if you recall?
1999 until 2007.
All right. Thereafter, you left that. What did you do next?
I took a role with a local health system, actually the hospital where I practiced every day, as a vice president of medical affairs. I started that in 2007.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of things you did as a vice president of medical affairs at that Cincinnati hospital?
Absolutely. We worked on things like efforts we could do to improve quality and safety of care, how we can make care more efficient, how we can work together between physicians and nurses and others to make sure that we are making care more coordinated for people in the various aspects and departments of a hospital.
Can you explain, by way of example, some of the things that this would involve?
So by way of example, we did a project where we looked to identify people who were going to get sicker and need the ICU before we would recognize them, so we could get them to the ICU faster. And so those are the types of things we do to try to improve quality and safety by trying new and innovative things to identify patients, to make it easier for physicians, nurses, and to improve safety, as an example.
And when you're in this role at that hospital, are you still practicing with patients, have a clinical practice at this point?
At that particular point of time, I was working as a hospitalist. So we also had a hospitalist program within that hospital, and I was responsible for that, and I worked clinically occasionally as a hospitalist.
At some point, did you leave that job?
I did.
What was the next job that you had?
The next job I had, I served as the Chief Medical Information Officer for the health system, which was called Catholic Health Partners, which that hospital was a part of.
And what did you do in that role?
In that role, I worked on how do we use technology to improve care and to make it easier for clinicians and caregivers. So things like electronic health records, and how do we use electronic health records to improve care and safety.
All right. And so this is still in Cincinnati?
It is.
At some point, did you leave that job?
I did.
What did you do next?
I served as the president of our medical group. So we had a medical group of physicians in practice in a variety of specialties within that same health system. And I served as the president of that medical group.
And what did you do in that role?
So in that role, we similarly, we worked to, this was more in medical practices, so it was more outpatient predominantly, but how do we make sure in those practices, similarly, we're being accessible, right? We're growing and trying to provide care to people when they want it, how they want it.
At some point, are you still working as a hospitalist? Are you still doing any other type of clinical care at this point?
At that point in time, I did work a half day a week as a primary care physician in one of our practices. It was a half day a week at that point in time.
And what point of time is this?
This is from 2011 through 2015.
All right. At some point, did you leave that job?
I did.
Where did you go next?
I moved to a health system that is based in Michigan, which is called Trinity Health.
Can you describe Trinity Health to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about what it is, its size, etc.?
Yep. So Trinity Health System is a faith-based health system that really is on a national basis. So we have health systems across the country in different states, including like Mount Carmel here in Columbus. And so we have hospitals and care delivery systems, senior communities in about 22 states across the country delivering health care.
And what is your role with Trinity? What is the title of your position? And then explain to the folks what you do there.
So today, I serve as the Chief Clinical Officer at Trinity Health. I've served in that role since 2017. 2017.
Prior to that, what did you get hired in to do?
So I got hired at Trinity Health in 2015 to work in our population health department. In that department, we really work on how do we do care models that can look at patients holistically 365 days a year. So not just in a hospitalization or in an office visit, but how do we provide care for people that really meets their needs every day to improve quality, lower cost, and improve their experience. And so that was what I was originally hired in, to work on those care models at Trinity Health.
And in 2015, are you still doing any type of clinical, seeing any patients?
I have not seen patients since 2015.
All right, so at Trinity, that's when it completely ends, your clinical practice completely ends.
That is correct.
All right. After you do this job that you just described, did you do something else at Trinity?
But I moved into that Chief Clinical Officer role I mentioned a minute ago. Starting in 2017, I'm still in that role today.
All right. And what do you do as a Chief Clinical Officer?
So I'm a member of the executive leadership team that really is responsible for clinical care delivery within our health system. So it is making sure that our strategy encompasses the key parts of a clinical aspect, as well as making sure that the aspects of our clinical enterprise across the care continuum are meeting our goals and needs, like improving quality, safety, access to care. That's my role, is how to make sure those pieces are really working together to deliver on that.
Can you give us some examples of some initiatives that you might do or have done so folks can relate to what you're saying there as your day-to-day job?
Yep. So a couple of things that we do or have done would include, so we have this notion of, I mentioned how do we deliver these models, right, to make it easier for people. So we have what are called accountable care organizations that are national where we're then responsible for caring for 100, 150,000 people. And we then continually improve the care model to try to make sure people have access to care, that their care is coordinated. And so we've developed a system to coordinate people's care, to keep them well, to keep them healthy.
When you say coordinate people's care, meaning between different providers?
Yeah, one of the hard parts of healthcare is that sometimes people have a hard time moving from the hospital to home or in between specialists, and so our care coordination is designed to make that easier for people.
So the doctors can all talk and know what's going on, for instance?
Yes.
All right. And were you in this role in October of 2018?
I was in this role in October of 2018, yes.
And you mentioned you work for a corporation or a hospital group called Trinity.
Yes.
You said it was nationwide.
That's correct.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if any, relationship there is between Trinity Healthcare and Mount Carmel Healthcare?
So a large part of Trinity Health is made up of regional health systems. There's about 15 of them. One of them is Mount Carmel Health System here in Columbus. And so that is predominantly what we do. We have other services we offer outside of those regions as well, but predominantly, so Mount Carmel is one of those regions. It's a wholly owned part of Trinity Health.
All right. And I think we've heard the term that, and said that you're Mount Carmel's parent company.
That would be one way of describing it.
All right. And as its parent company, do you have any responsibilities for the things that go on at Mount Carmel?
Yes, I am responsible for all of the clinical issues that happen within Mount Carmel, indirectly.
When you say clinical issues, you mean patient care at Mount Carmel. That would fall under your purview.
Yes, ultimately.
So, with that being your purview, at some point in either October or November of 2018, were you informed of an issue going on with a physician in the ICU in the night at Mount Carmel West Hospital in Columbus, Ohio?
I was first informed about an issue in the ICU at Mount Carmel West on November 30th, 2018.
November 30th, all right? What, if anything, were you told on November 30th, and how was this communicated to you?
So I was told that one of the members of my team, who works in Michigan, had received a call from one of their colleagues who works here at Mount Carmel that they had identified a number of...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I assume you're offering for what he did.
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay. As to the truth underlying the statements, that's different issue, different person, okay? You're getting this information because he's telling you why he did certain things. Okay? Now, you may say, but Judge, that don't make sense to me. Okay? Judge explained why he did what he did. Okay? You guys will get other evidence to determine other facts. Okay? So you can't take it as a true, but as to why he did it. Does that kind of make sense? I'm trying to summarize about 2 semesters of law school here. Okay? Think of it this way. You're getting the why, okay? You're not getting the what. Does that make sense? Okay.
For purposes of of what you did, what were you informed about?
I was told that there were a handful of patients at that time that had received doses of fentanyl around 1,000 micrograms during a palliative ventilator withdrawal.
All right. What, if anything, was concerning about this report to you?
There were a few things that were concerning about it. One...
Calls for an opinion.
I agree. He's not qualified to make an opinion. Let's rephrase the question. I'll give you a little bit of leading on this, since it is kind of a delicate issue.
Sure. You're a licensed medical doctor?
I am.
Okay, let's stop. Ladies and gentlemen, make yourself busy. type it in for you? Oh, funny questions for David to answer? I like that idea.
Oops, sorry.
I have not. They answered that since they, I actually remember. So I have not made them but it's something where I get an occasional email as people, there's maybe something that's going on or not. Yeah, I imagine this is, I think it's I've only been I imagine they
Okay, it's apples and oranges. I mean, there's a dude. I'm sorry. Sure. Remember the admonition, you got 5 minutes.
Otherwise, we're going to take 5 minutes.
Now relax for a second.
Stand up, please.
Okay. Okay. 5 minutes
What information? The jury has the right to know what they're looking at. Right. You object to that's what's on the issue. That was earlier on something else. We had word about milligrams, micrograms, or
So my understanding of that's it, is that he received a call.
sorry for being sarcastic. It's like,
I think I'm like going down as not just, but my role is that the question as posed by counsel invites an opinion. Why did you find it concerning? But the information is concerned. Restrooms that way.
yeah. Everybody's gonna do the kegel exercise tonight. Okay. Have a seat, relax, Doc.
Thank you, Judge.
What happens when you're late in the day?
That's quite all right.
Now he's ran away. No, you can, I don't care.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. That's the big one.
David? We're ready.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I hope you had a good break there. Mr. Zion, continue on.
Thank you, sir. Sam?
I'm not moving fast enough? I'm sorry.
No, I was just making sure your court reporter was ready, sir. In your role as Chief Clinical Officer, when you found out about the dosing habits of Dr. Husel, were you concerned?
I was.
And based upon those concerns, what did you do next?
I called Ed Lamb, who was at the time the Chief Executive Officer for Mount Carmel Health System.
What happened next?
So he and I had a conversation about what they were doing next to understand the circumstances behind this and how I and the system office could help the Mount Carmel team.
What happened next?
So that was a Friday.
Was that the day you received this initial phone call?
Yes, still November 30th.
So that was a Friday. What happened next?
So I had a touch base with Ed, and we talked about the progress on their work on Monday and Tuesday. And then we had a larger conversation about what the next steps would be on Wednesday, which would be, I think, December 5th.
All right. When you say a larger conversation, do you mean a more wide-ranging conversation with just Ed Lamb, or do you mean more people are brought into the conversation?
It was both a longer conversation and with more people involved.
What, if anything, are you doing to further your investigation at this point, besides talking to Ed Lamb and other people about this on that next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday?
So at that point in time, the investigation was being led by the team here at Mount Carmel Health System. So I was not directly involved in the investigation outside of hearing what they were learning through their investigation.
What happened next?
So the decision was made to pursue a summary suspension of Dr. Husel's privileges because of a concern of safety.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so physicians have privileges through the medical staff. They provide them the oversight and responsibility for exercising their clinical practice within a hospital. There's a provision which says if there's a concern about safety, that the physician's privileges can be put on hold or suspended pending an investigation in the interest of safety.
Whose safety?
Safety of patients.
And when, if ever, was the suspension put into effect?
I believe it was that week. I believe it was that Tuesday, which would have been the 4th.
December 4th of 2018.
Yeah.
Did you task, or are you aware if Dr. Swanner was tasked with delivering that letter to Dr. Husel regarding the suspension of privileges?
That is correct.
All right. What happened next?
So the next day, there was this conversation went into what our responsibilities were to notify other agencies and parties outside of Trinity Health, or outside of Mount Carmel, that we were learning about, of what we had learned. So that included things like the state medical board or legal and law enforcement authorities. the state pharmacy board. So that was the conversation that also, as we were continuing an ongoing investigation.
At this point, when you're having this conversation, had the state medical board, the pharmacy board, or other regulatory or law enforcement approached Mount Carmel or Trinity about anything they had heard about the dosing habits of Dr. William Husel during palliative extubations at night?
They had not, to my knowledge.
All right. So at this point, it is an investigation and a situation contained within Mount Carmel and or Trinity.
Up until that point.
Do you have an obligation to report issues like this to those boards?
We have an obligation for any time we identify significant or what are called sentinel events to notify or breaches in people's professional licenses. I believe we have an obligation to notify.
You said something before the word, something events. What was that?
Sentinel events. Events that are rare and unusual.
Okay. What happened next?
Well, at this point in time, there are a number of things that are happening concurrently.
Talk about the number of things that are happening concurrently.
So these entail continuing an investigation to understand how many patients were impacted by this, to understand the medical facts in the cases where this seemed to occur, to understand the underlying reasons and participation about why safety processes didn't work, as well as to begin to think about how we would communicate this to patients. I'm sorry, to family members.
Right, the patients have actually died. To the patient's families. Okay. What happens either next or concurrently or simultaneously in this process to your memory?
So concurrently, well, for one, the Mount Carmel team had a meeting with the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office to inform them of what they had learned to that point in time. Around the same time, the decision was made to terminate Dr. Husel's employment contract with Mount Carmel, and we continued to do a number of broadening the investigation to understand how many people were impacted.
All right. Let's talk about the meeting with the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office, Mr. Ron O'Brien, the former prosecutor. Do you recall if there was an attorney involved in setting that meeting up?
Yeah, there was an attorney who was involved named Greg
Peterson?
Peterson, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Did you hire Greg Peterson?
I did not hire Greg Peterson.
Greg Peterson was hired either by Mount Carmel or Trinity or somebody associated with that for this purpose?
Greg Peterson was hired by Mount Carmel.
All right. And if you know, why particularly Greg Peterson?
I do not know why particularly Greg Peterson.
Was there a concern about Mount Carmel and or its officers and or its parent company being charged criminally themselves as an organization?
That was not a concern that was prominent. I think the biggest reason for hiring Greg Peterson was knowing that there might be an ongoing investigation from a legal or criminal perspective that was going to run in parallel with our investigation, and we don't have familiarity with that. And so we were looking for Greg to assist us in understanding that space so that we didn't unintentionally impact that process.
When you say you didn't have familiarity with that space, meaning the criminal world.
That's correct.
All right. What about the attorneys that Mount Carmel either has on staff and or on retainer? Are they criminal defense attorneys or people that are familiar with the criminal litigation world?
They are not.
What is their familiarity, if you know, in general?
I think they are experts in healthcare law, in business law.
So you needed an expert in this area?
Yes.
All right. So, I understand many things are happening concurrently. Let's talk about one of those things, the meeting with Ron O'Brien. Do you recall that meeting?
Can you be more specific as to which meeting?
The first meeting, the first time you had contact or you were aware anybody from Mount Carmel or Trinity had contact with Mr. O'Brien and or anyone with law enforcement.
So I believe that meeting was also on December 5th or 6th. I was not present at that meeting.
All right. Were representatives from Mount Carmel and/or Trinity present at that meeting?
Representatives from Mount Carmel were present at that meeting, yes.
I believe we heard Dr. Larry Swanner say he was present at that meeting. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds right.
All right. What happened next?
Over the course of the next few weeks, that investigation process unfolded, as well as our trying to understand the system processes that we need to redesign to ensure safety. And we continued to work toward the path to communicate what we had learned with patients' family members.
And this is what you did at your prior two jobs, looking at systems from the point of view of delivering better health care to patients.
That's correct.
So that's why Dr. Daniel Roth was found in Michigan.
Yeah, and also there was a lot of, it's a broad scope, so just also to add assistance as a complement to the team here at Mount Carmel.
As part of that investigation, did you identify any system failures with the Pyxis system and/or pharmacy and how things are approved through that system, through the software and/or through the system that was set up?
So we identified that there were deviations from the known best practices and safest practices for medication ordering, dispensing, and administration that were common in these cases and common in the ICU at Mount Carmel.
Did you contact at some point or in this time period the pharmacy board regarding these deficiencies?
We did. One of the things that we were committed to early in this process was to be transparent.
Objection, Judge, non-responsive.
I think it is. I disagree. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Was to be transparent with external agencies and authorities, and so one of those was the Board of Pharmacy, and yes, we contacted them.
So that we're clear, this was described as a self-report by Dr. Swanner. Would you characterize this as well as a self-report situation for the Board of Pharmacy?
Yes, I would.
So you weren't actively being investigated by the board, or Mount Carmel and its systems weren't actively being investigated by the pharmacy board until you voluntarily contacted them?
To my knowledge, that is correct.
For one of those system failures in examining what's going on in pharmacy, was there a concern about drug diversion or drug theft by people either at the pharmacy and/or nurses and/or doctors?
So early in that process, one of the things that was considered was that one of the things that could have been happening was drug diversion, which is to say that these medications weren't actually being given to the patients, but were being diverted for other uses. So that was one of the things that was considered early on.
All right. Was that possibility fully explored throughout your investigation?
It was fully explored.
And based on your knowledge of that fully explored investigation, did you or anyone to your knowledge find any evidence that these drugs that there was a widespread drug diversion problem?
No, we found no evidence of drug diversion.
Was there any evidence at all in your investigation which would indicate in any way that the patients of Dr. Husel were not administered the drugs that are indicated in the medical records?
No, we found no evidence to that effect.
Taking you back to December 5th, there's a meeting that you are aware of, you're not part of. What happens next?
So as far as I know, then there was interviews by the Columbus Police Department detectives of some of the nurses and I believe pharmacists involved in some of these cases later that week.
That same week?
That same week.
You say detectives. Do you know what division these detectives were from?
These detectives, I've subsequently learned, were from the cold case division.
The cold case homicide division?
Yes, that is correct.
we've heard that these voice reports and internal safety concerns voiced by pharmacists and others, the investigation, the peer review is kept on a confidential nature until resolved, something needs to be talked about. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
So with that understanding, would you have any reason to believe that the nurses and pharmacists and others involved in the dosing habits of Dr. Husel when he does palliative extubations at night would have any idea they're about to be interviewed by the murder police?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think they would.
Objection, Judge.
Okay,
I would move to strike, and I would
let's
ask
strike the answer.
be admonished for that.
Admonished for what?
I think. Sustained. New question.
Are you aware whether or not Mount Carmel, under these circumstances, of your personnel about to talk to homicide detectives, hired or had available to them an attorney to advise them of their rights?
They did.
And why did you have an attorney available to advise nurses and pharmacists of their rights prior to talking to homicide detectives?
We thought that was in the best interest and would serve put our colleagues, we call our employees colleagues, put them in make sure they had all the information they needed since they came into this as part of their work.
All right? And do you know the name of that attorney?
That attorney was Greg Slemmer.
All right. Was Greg Slemmer hired for any other reason to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
So this is all that same December 5th week that the police, the homicide detectives, are talking to your employees. What happens next?
So there are a number of things happening. So the investigation continues to try to understand how many patients, and by the end of the month, we have identified 27 patients. We have a second conversation with the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office because we are preparing to talk to the family members, as I mentioned earlier, and want to make sure we're doing that in a coordinated way. And we're continuing to try to understand the processes we need to put in place to make sure that we reduce the chances of errors like this happening again.
All right. Before we move on to that meeting, that second meeting that representatives are having with the county prosecutor, is HR, meaning anyone from Human Resources and/or Safety Department, talking to the same people that the homicide detectives are talking to?
Yes, they are.
Do you know if they are talking to them before or after the police?
My recollection was there was a desire to coordinate that, and so we waited until after the detectives could talk to the colleagues first, as much as possible.
Why are you conducting a concurrent investigation through HR and Safety at the same time as the Homicide Division of Columbus Police Cold Case Squad is conducting their investigation?
Our investigation really is focused around safety and making sure that we're addressing safety issues within our health system. That's what we do. The Franklin County Prosecutor and the Columbus Police Department are doing a criminal investigation. That's something that they do.
How many hospitals in Mount Carmel?
There are 4.
Do you know how many people are employed there?
About 9,000 people.
Do you know how many doctors are employed there of those 9,000?
Well, there are about 2,300 doctors and the medical staff. They're not all employed, but they have privileges to practice at our hospitals.
Can you shut down those 4 hospitals and those patients that are being cared for by those 9,000 people and 2,300 doctors while the police conduct their investigation?
We cannot.
So you have to keep going.
Yes.
do you feel it's your obligation during that process to get to the root of this, to make sure your patients are being cared for safely during that investigation?
Objection, Judge, leading.
Okay, I lost the second part of your question because you turned around.
Sorry, Judge.
Did you catch the question, Sam?
Yes.
Can you read it back to me?
Question, do you feel it's your obligation during that process to get to the root to make sure your patients are being cared for safely during that investigation?
Again, please.
Do you feel it's your obligation during that process to get to the root to make sure your patients are being cared for safely during that investigation?
I permit the question overruled. Did you hear the question, Doctor?
I did, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yes, that is our responsibility.
All right. So what about this second meeting with the county prosecutor? When did that happen? And to your memory, who was there?
So it was around the third week of December, if memory serves. And I was there, the general counsel for Mount Carmel was there, the executive accountable for communications at Mount Carmel was there, and I believe Greg Peterson was there. And then I believe Ron O'Brien and Jimmy Lowe were there from Franklin County Prosecutor's Office.
All right. What happened next?
But the main purpose of that conversation was to make sure that as we proceeded
Objection,
to...
Judge, non-responsive.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The purpose of the meeting was to make sure
Objection,
that...
Judge, the question was what happened next?
I'll ask the question.
Okay, let's redo the question so
We can move on to what happened next. Thank you. What was the purpose of the meeting?
The purpose of the meeting was to make sure, as we prepared to talk to family members, we did not want to do that in a way that would interfere with their work. So we wanted to be clear about the timing with which we would do that and make sure that they did not have any concerns about that.
All right. Why at this point do you want to talk to family members about the dosing habits of Dr. William Husel during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU?
Objection, Judge.
let's go sidebar. I see we're going to have a series of these, so let's just take it now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, entertain yourselves, please. Sorry, I thought you were just being a gentleman.
Judge, raise the objection.
How's the back row? Is the concession one like this is eating? I know why.
And before, now you're
Yeah, I think it's something where, well, years ago, my father-in-law had it on So I played a few try small. So I walk out there. You do the walking course.
Yeah. Thank you. I always try to do pretty neighborhood.
Yeah, talk to family members about dosing gavel-to-gavel, so narcotic exudations.
That's the same thing as watching your rank. You get all that hard Yes.
Do you still have that question up, Sam?
I'm sorry?
Do you still have the question up there? Well, when you get set up, I'm going to have you read it to the jury again so they can understand what the question was. You do your voodoo. I'm good with it.
Okay.
Read back the question, please.
Question. All right. Why at this point do you want to talk to family members about the dosing habits of Dr. William Husel during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU?
Okay. Do you understand the question, Doctor?
I do.
Go ahead and answer.
So we have a responsibility to talk to family members or to patients when care doesn't go the way that was intended to go, or that they
Objection, Judge. He's stated an opinion.
No, he's not. I overruled.
So and so that is why we felt the need to tell family members about what we had learned and what we were doing to understand it more fully.
Was a plan developed to do this, or was it just you picked up the phone and started calling?
No, a plan was developed to do this.
All right. Do you know what that plan was?
Generally speaking, yes.
What was that plan, generally speaking?
The plan was to have a number of physicians and other clinicians at Mount Carmel reach out to the family members and explain to them what we had learned so far and what we were doing.
And how many families or patients had been identified that you believe needed to be contacted at this point?
I believe the number was 27
This is in December of 2018?
at the end of December.
All right. Was it ever discussed in an internal memorandum what would be said by these various clinicians who would be calling the family members?
Yes.
How was that?
Can you explain more of your
He
question?
wants to know, how was that done?
If you know, let me be more specific.
Yeah, if you could.
To direct your attention to what's been referred to as Project Lighthouse. First of all, do you know what Project Lighthouse is?
Yes.
And what is Project Lighthouse?
Project Lighthouse is the term that we came to use to understand for this investigation.
All right. And do you know who named Project Lighthouse?
I do not.
All right. But you recognize that's the name for this investigation.
Yes.
And within Project Lighthouse, are you aware of whether or not any scripts were developed to give these doctors to read?
Yes.
And why were scripts developed?
A number of reasons why. This is a really hard conversation to have with family members. These are family members whose loved ones passed away, and sometimes years before. And so we are in some ways sort of bringing that back for them. And we wanted very much to do that in a way that was factual and sensitive to that, as well as consistent. And so we wanted to be thoughtful about that and give those clinicians and physicians who are making those calls some of that information at hand so we can make sure we achieve that goal.
Do you know if there was more than one person involved in developing the precise language that would be used in these scripts?
I believe there was more than one person, but I do not know the exact number.
All right. Do you know if these scripts were reviewed by clinicians before being approved?
I believe they were.
Do you know if these scripts were reviewed by lawyers for the hospital besides Greg Peterson before they were finalized?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you know if anybody from media or a consulting firm was reviewing these scripts?
I do not recall if they were.
All right. Do you know if there was more than one version of these scripts?
I do know there was more than one version.
All right. And when we have different versions, does that mean all of them are used or just the final one used?
Just the final one would typically be used.
All right. So you don't recall who all reviewed it, but you recall there's more than one person reviewing it, and this was refined?
Yes.
All right. So particularly to something that was discussed earlier, do you know whether or not a woman named Katie Barja, a safety officer at Mount Carmel Hospital, do you know who that is?
I do.
And do you know whether or not she conducted what's called a root cause analysis?
Yes, she did conduct a root cause analysis.
And do you recall when the conclusions of that root cause analysis were finalized?
I believe that was in December of 2018. It may have been early January of 2019, but I believe it was December of 2018.
All right. And do you know whether or not the script that was being developed to talk to these families was changed as a result of Katie Barja's root cause analysis?
Not to my knowledge, I did not know that.
Do you know Katie Barja's report? And she's a safety officer, right?
Correct.
Is she a clinician?
I don't know I believe she's a nurse, but I don't know that for certain.
All right. Without her, yeah, if she has nursing as a background, do you know if she's like a nurse out on the floor doing that, or does she do something else for the hospital?
Now she's the patient safety risk officer, so that is her role.
Okay. And she would have been the author of those root cause analysis.
She would have led the team that developed that root cause analysis.
All right. So based on your experience in dealing with issues like this, had you ever experienced anything like this, having to reach out to people about something like this before?
Objection, Judge. Relevant.
Well, it's a compound question, but you change gears midstream.
I did.
Let's do it again.
Have you had any prior experience in a situation like this?
Objection.
Overruled.
A situation like this, meaning disclosing to family members?
Yeah.
Okay. So, no, I've been part of teams and have disclosed to family members when care did not go the way that we expected it to before in other circumstances.
All right. And was there ever a situation where it was discussed what would be said to the family members prior?
Yes.
To reaching out to them? And were different versions of what should be said to the family members?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm talking about in his prior experience.
I'll permit it. Go ahead. Note the objection.
Were words changed or words refined?
Yes, words were changed and words were refined in advance.
All right. Would you call this a common thing in your area of work?
Yes.
All right. So you had this meeting in December with Mr. O'Brien and others from the hospital and from the prosecutor's office and the police. You thereafter did you guys start contacting the family members?
Yes, we contacted the family members on December 27th and December 28th of 2018, I believe.
All right. Did you in any way dictate to Mr. Ron O'Brien, to Mr. James Love, to Detective William Gillette, to Detective Dana Chavers, to Detective Ann Pennington, what they were going to do in their criminal investigation and what Mr. Ron O'Brien was going to do in his criminal prosecution?
No.
Were you asking for their guidance in what you should be doing so as not to interfere with that investigation?
Yeah, I think it was, I don't know that I would call it guidance. We were looking so as to not interfere. So I guess to that extent, yes, that was our goal, was to not interfere with their investigation.
And after that meeting, you, meaning people at Mount, the clinicians at Mount Carmel that have been talked about, start making phone calls.
Yes.
All right. Using the script?
Yes.
All right. What happens next?
So we continue the investigation to understand the scope of it. Over the course of the next few weeks, we interview more people to try to understand some of those, and then we begin to implement some of the practices we need to put in place to minimize the chances that errors like this could happen again.
Okay. Basis?
Subsequent remedial measures.
Any response?
No response, no.
Sustain. Well, hold on, folks. Let's end for the day. There's a couple things I have to discuss with the jurors.
Okay.
Okay? Doctor, just hang tight there, okay? I'm very security conscious, and I just got notified. There are currently, I think, 3 other trials going on in the building. There's supposed to be a protest tomorrow morning at 8:30 outside the courthouse. All the indications it's going to be peaceful, but it could interfere with you guys getting in. Okay? If you have questions about your alternative entries and stuff, I think Mr. Pettis will be more than glad to answer them for you. Okay? There are several ways to get to the building, the tunnel, and other things. It depends upon where you park and other things. All the indications are it's going to be peaceful, but you can't assume anything like that. Okay? So I wanted to put you all on notice. It may be difficult getting in here tomorrow. You may want to consider an alternate entry. Okay? The second thing, I know that plexiglass has been a problem for you all. Okay? I have been working very hard with the administrative judge to try to get it released. My colleagues want to wait until I believe it's the 17th, when the judge's meeting is, to vote on the whole order. So I won't be able to fix that until that occurs. We have an administrative order. We're in a communal courtroom here. This isn't my normal courtroom. Okay, we're using it because of the size and all the lawyers and everything else. We're using the bigger room because we needed the space. Okay, so I'm bound by that order. And I've tried to get it changed so that I could deal with it. I appreciate your patience on the issue. I'm trying to do something about it. I at least got rid of the front glass. So, and I almost pulled off that second row, but didn't work out. Okay? So we're working on that. Okay? I know it gets difficult to hear with the plexiglass around here and everything. You guys had problems hearing me sometimes. So I'm trying to work at that, okay? But I'm a realist too, and I'm gonna tell you, it may have to wait if I can't politic in the back hall for the next couple days to get it any earlier. So I'm trying on that, okay? I'm gonna let you guys go now. It's 5 minutes early, but I figured if some of you have questions for David, you'll need to ask them, okay? Anything else from the parties?
No, Your Honor, not from the state, thank you.
not from the defense.
Okay. Any questions on the protest? Yes, sir.
What about media?
Media out there?
Yeah.
I don't have any control over them. I can only control them in here.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Okay?
the protest, it makes it seem like it's about this case.
No, it's about Judge Young's case. Okay? Like I said, there are other trials going on in the room. It has nothing to do with this case. Okay? But it does in the sense that it could interfere with you guys coming in the morning. Okay? You know, so if you're out there protesting, I'm not going to be very happy. Okay? Well, it's a long story. Any other questions? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful evening. Feel free to talk to David about your alternatives. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good evening, guys. Remember the admonitions.
Thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
The latest case, please.
Okay. Be seated. You can go on out there. Remember, you can't talk about, I don't know if I instructed you on this, you're not to discuss your testimony on the stand. You can answer questions factually for people, but as to how you testified or anything, that's off limits.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning.
That's right.
Okay, let's talk about a couple things. Judge Cocroft, as administrative judge, was the one who sent the notifications across relative to the protest tomorrow. It's out of Judge Young's case in State of Ohio versus Meade, 21 CR 5052. They anticipate that it'll be a peaceful gathering. Okay, there will be deputies out there. Okay, so I was just simply trying to keep the jurors out of getting in the middle of it.
Understood.
Okay.